challenges with Nigeria's gas sector, including poor fiscal terms, lack of market-reflective prices, and poor infrastructure, as well as providing opportunities for local companies. The Ministry of Petroleum Resources has also recently recorded positive milestones in the following projects: the Nigeria Gas Flare Commercialization Program (NGFCP), National Gas Expansion Program (NGEP), flag off of the National Gas Transportation Code, marginal field bid round, flag off of the construction of the Ajaokuta Kaduna Kano AKK gas pipeline, and setting up of a committee on gas sector-wide review of the domestic gas pricing framework. There are also plans and development of liquefied petroleum gas (LPG), compressed natural gas (CNG), and liquefied natural gas (LNG) co-location in NNPC-owned and operated megastations in the 36 states and the FCT. To deepen gas use locally, the ministry is engaging with the Nigeria LNG Limited (NLNG) for additional 250,000 metric tons currently exported for the domestic market, and is championing the development of additional production platforms in the Delta-Edo axis. In the power sector, recent initiatives and regulatory actions which have been regarded as a step in the right direction include issuance of service
the representative of the Honorable Minister of Power, Mr. Abba Aliyu, who is the Special Advisor for Policy. We welcome you this morning, our distinguished speakers, our panelists, moderators, our audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frank Aibobun. I am the publisher of Business Day. My task this morning is to offer a warm welcome at Business Day to you all for joining us promptly this morning. It has been slightly wet in Lagos. Wherever you have dialed in from Abuja or any other part of the country or from abroad, we welcome you warmly, and we hope that you would have a great time today. This is the 2020 series of our Energy Digital Dialogue, coming at a very auspicious time just before the 60th independence of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yesterday, our focus centered on the oil and gas part of the energy mix, and we had the privilege of hosting the Minister of State for Petroleum, Chief Dr. Timipre Silva, as well as the Group Managing Director of the NNPC, Engineer Mele Kyari, and the Managing Director of the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas Company, Mr. Tony Atta, and indeed a plethora of leaders in the oil and gas sector, including the President of the Nigeria Gas Association, Mrs. Audrey Jo Ezigbo. We indeed had a fantastic day yesterday, and we're looking forward to hosting you to another fantastic day today. Our focus today will be on the power sector. Business Day has always taken delight in being a very consistent supporter and advocate for the power sector, whether from those very heady days of privatization in 2012, 2013, when we were the only mainstream media organization that supported the privatization of the power sector, or through those very difficult Fashola years, and till today, as we embark on far-reaching reforms that we need to move the power sector forward, whether it be in the area of enthroning cost-reflective tariff, or whether it's the engagement with Siemens, which we all hope and expect will take away substantial bottleneck in the sector, or in the push for the expansion of the application of renewable energy in Nigeria to the very important area of rural electrification, through which we hope to create an inclusive, fair, prosperous nation. Sometimes it might seem that Business Day has been critical, and if you say we have been critical, that is correct. We have reported on meter deployment and the issues that we see holding down meter deployment, including complicity in the sector, which we think needs very urgent resolution by the regulators. We have also been champions for cost-reflective tariff because we believe it is very important if the power sector is to go forward. I grew up in the village, and all the time that I was with my parents, my mother never one day when it was time for the village market came back home and said that the market did not hold. The village elders had absolutely no reason to intervene. My mother would take things that she had, just like other women, to the market, sell them, and buy the things that she doesn't have for the family's need. So we expect that there should be a willing buyer, willing seller environment in the power sector, as we think that is critical for progress. We appreciate the progress made by the Ministry of Power, and we acknowledge the work of the ministry and, of course, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So once again, let me welcome you warmly to today's session on power, and to expect that we will be able to bring to the fore issues that will help move the power sector forward. We have a number of panels and a good selection of panelists who will help to speak to the various areas that we have apportioned for today. So I thank you, but before I go, let me thank our anchor sponsor, Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Company, and our other sponsors, Azura Power, All On, Templars, and Alex, as well as our partners, Detail Solicitors, the Nigeria Gas Association. We do appreciate your support, and of course, we look forward to all of us making progress wherever area in the power value chain that you occupy. Thank you so very much. And let me now very respectfully take the honor in asking for the vote of thanks, for the keynote address to be delivered on behalf of the Minister of Power by his advisor on policy, Alhaji Abba Ali. I invite you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frank, invited guests and viewers. First of all, I want to extend the minister's sincere apology for his inability to participate in this very important event. He has some engagement that has to do with the Federal Executive Council, and it is on that basis that he asked me to deliver this keynote address on his behalf. Now, the minister would like to thank you very much for this opportunity to deliver this keynote address. And he feels that this kind of engagement creates an enabling platform to share the progress that the power sector has made, and also at the same time also share the challenges being faced, with the view that having this kind of gathering with stakeholders, many other stakeholders can now provide their own view and solution in order to move the sector forward. Now,
I can hear you, sir.
Yes. Yeah, can you hear me?
Clearly, yes, we can.
Okay. So it is. I think it's very important to stress that the Nigerian power sector is currently one of the most challenging sector in the Nigerian economy. However, the belief is that the sector has recorded some significant achievement in the last 5 years of this administration. And the minister also feels that with the current initiatives that are being put in place within the sector, all the challenges that we are currently facing are challenges that will soon be dealt with squarely. So what the minister did is to, after taking an oath of office, is to look back at what are the key things that needs to be done within the sector in order to address all the various challenges. So the first thing was to, first of all, take a stock of what are the challenges within the sector. And the outcome of his analysis is there are various challenges which centered around contract ineffectiveness. The sector has been privatized, as Frank had stated, but in a privatized market, you expect that relationship within the sector would be contract-based. But despite the fact that we have the Nigerian bulk electricity at the center of procurement of electricity and selling of the electricity backed by power purchase agreement and a vesting contract. So you expect a contract-based market that is fully backed by contract. But however, when he assumed office, now one of the key things he realized is that the market, rather than having that efficient contract-based market, what we have is there is an existence of a signed contract, but those contracts are not being well adhered to. Then there is also the challenge of infrastructure misalignment. So you have as we all know, you have a generation capacity of over 13,000, but a transmission capacity of not more than 7,000, 8,000, and a distribution capacity of 4,500. Then there is also the challenge of lack of coordination within the sector. So you have various players who are operating in silos and all towards a common goal, but differently working in isolation. So what the minister did is now, for the minister, the central issue responsible for all the challenges in this situation hinges on, one, massive infrastructural deficit existing within the value chain. Two, lack of clear central coordination within the sector. And that is why the government efforts, or what the minister is doing, largely focus on these two critical issues. And he believes that resolving them will offset the multitude of challenges within the sector. So the minister now came up with a 5-point policy roadmap focus areas. And what are these 5 points? One, he now prioritize alignment of infrastructure along the electricity value chain as a key central focus area. That is one. Two is also enhancing coordination and corporate governance within the market. Three, creating transparency and efficiency within the market so that contracts provision within the market will be adhered to, and they will now be sacrosanct within the market. And 3 is enhancing the energy access within the electricity, within the Nigerian, in the country, all over the country. So things to do with the off-grid, things to do with provision for rural electricity access. Then lastly, it's completion of legacy projects. So he inherited a project that have been started, which are very significant, that will help the electricity sector or the electricity market. So he prioritized completion of this project. Now, I therefore would like to highlight the achievement that the minister recorded in his effort to reposition the market. It's important to state that for the first time in the history of Nigeria, an end-to-end plan for the development and enhancement of the entire electricity value chain is being implemented under the Presidential Power Initiative, popularly known as the Siemens Plan. Now, this initiative covers both generation, transmission, and distribution components of the electricity value chain. As we are all aware, the Siemens Plan is a high-level presidential intervention that seeks to address the challenge of infrastructure misalignment within the value chain of the power sector. The plan implemented under the Presidential Power Initiative, its main focus is enhancing, in the first phase, the transmission and the generation capacity to be able to take the existing capacity that we have within the generation, and likewise on the second to the level of 7,000 megawatts. Then on the second phase, increasing that to 11,000 megawatts. Then on the third phase, increasing also the generation capacity plus the transmission and the distribution to about 25,000 megawatts. Details of those projects have been published by the ministry on its Twitter handle on the various components of both the transmission and the distribution that will be implemented under the Presidential Power Initiative. Now, secondly, still in developing electricity infrastructure, the federal government is developing and completing legacy project, which, as I mentioned, is one of the key priority area also the minister prioritized. And it is our belief that this project will significantly enhance the electricity generation and distribution. In total, the generation project we are currently working on have the capacity to increase the country's current generation capacity by at least additional 2,500, and this includes the Zungeru, which is about 7,000 megawatts, the Kashimbila 40 megawatts, the Dainkowa another megawatt, the Mambila project, which is at the early stage of development. Also, we are looking at having between 1,500 to 3,050 megawatts, depending on how the rescooping of the projects ends up. Now, apart from this infrastructure in the generation, there are other additional projects that have been done in terms of transmission segment of the power sector. And that is the popularly known the TREP, that is Transmission Rehabilitation Expansion Program. The program, which is also a 20-year least cost program designed to rehabilitate, stabilize, and provide necessary flexibility and redundancy to expand the national grid. The scope of this project covers one, the Abuja feeding scheme, which covers the construction of 132 kV and 330 kV lines and substation in TCN, in Transmission Company of Nigeria's region within the Abuja. There is also the Nigeria Electricity Transmission Access Project, which is rehabilitation and reinforcement of substation, reconducting of lines, procurement of spare parts for the Transmission Company of Nigeria. Still, we are also working within the transmission company on the reconstruction and of substation and lines along the Lagos and Ogun, which we call it the Lagos Ogun project. There's also another project which will enhance the transmission capacity called the Northern Corridor, which involved construction of 330 kV and 132 kV transmission line and substation in Shiroro, Kaduna, within the northern part of the country. Now, the publisher and investor invited guests, apart from the infrastructural projects that the minister is focusing on under his infrastructure alignment focus area, there are also other things that he's doing. For example, creating electricity access. I'm happy to state that for the first time, there's a massive plan for the rollout of creating electricity access all over the country. Under the recently signed Economic Sustainability Plan, there's a provision for the accelerated deployment of 5 million solar home system. And I'm happy to say that the guideline for the accessing of this fund has already been published by the Development Finance Department of Central Bank of Nigeria. This project is aimed to provide concessionary funding for the independent developers to access concessionary fund at interest between 5 to 9% for the massive rollout of solar home system and mini grids for the areas that have not been provided or that are not covered by the grid network. This is another key focus areas that also the ministry is looking at to enhance provision of electricity access. Now, in terms of the market efficiency and the market coordination, what the minister is doing is empowering the regulator to do its own work as the regulator of the power sector without any interference of the ministry. And I'm happy to say that since the coming of the minister to date, there hasn't been any interference in the affairs of the regulator. Only the ministry restricts itself within the policy provision and provides policy guidelines that will help the regulator in deployment of things. For example, Frank, in your opening address, you mentioned the issue of metering. The ministry looked at the challenges being faced by the metering in the sector. We looked at what the CAPME has been done, what the meter asset provider regulation that has been done, and we also agree that there hasn't been a lot of achievement, despite the fact that the regulation is at its early stage. So what the minister now is doing is developing for the first time a national metering policy that will provide an overarching direction on how metering should be administered in the country at large. And I'm very happy to state that the work had already commenced, and very soon the ministry will come up with this national metering policy. Now, I'm very sure also there's a lot of discussion around the service-based tariff introduced by the regulator. It's pertinent to state that the minister's position is that the federal government has spent in excess of 1.5 trillion subsidizing the power sector since 2015. This, if you look, quantify this amount, amounted to like weekly spending of 12 billion. This subsidy cost was also 165 billion in 2015, and suddenly it increased to 548 billion in 2019. And as the performance of the discourse keeps fluctuating. So, and as if we continue with this subsidy payment, more payment will be crystallized as there will be more disco rejection because of the infrastructure challenges I mentioned. So, and we also look at that, if you look at the quantum of this subsidy, it's higher than the budget of the Ministry of Education and the Health combined. So how can we continue to keep subsidizing this amount of money while with all these challenges being faced in the sector? We also noted that 60% of the subsidy goes to the top 10% of the country, which means that the people enjoying the subsidy are people that are enjoying electricity or connected to the national grid. Well, based on the data available, there are about 80 million Nigerians that have no access to electricity. So what happens to these 80 million Nigerians? Beyond that, we also noticed that the subsidy focus, now it's based on that, the regulator had that engagement with the consumers. And the feedback that came out from that consultation based on the regulatory provision of the regulator is that the consumers are not averse to increasing electricity tariff. What they want is assurance that service will increase, and they are willing to pay for higher service for higher tariff, in as much as there will be an increase in the service. And that is also a very important thing to note. So based on that, the service-based tariff was increased, and the ministry supported it to a very reasonable level with the regulator and also the labor union to ensure full understanding and implementation of it as it's been identified in the initial concept of only increase for after service improvement. So that is a key thing that the ministry is looking at. So in conclusion, what I just want to state is we all know that the power sector it's in a transition, and there are a lot of inherent challenges. But the minister currently is well focused in picking the 5 key areas to ensure adherence, to ensure addressing of these challenges. And he believes that with the implementation of the Presidential Power Initiative, completion of legacy projects, enhancing of electricity access, enhancing the transparency of the electricity market, and as well as coordination, these challenges will definitely be addressed. Thank you very much, and I extend the assurance and the goodwill of the Honorable Minister of Power. Thank you once again.
Alhaji Abba Aliyu, we are indebted to you. We appreciate the sacrifices you've made to stand in for the Minister of Power. Thank you so very much, and we wish you happy independence. I will, at this point, now hand over to Dolakbo Kukoyi, a partner at Detail Solicitors, who will, from here, drive the show. Dolakbo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Igbokun, and good morning again. Just standing on existing protocols. Thank you very much, Mr. Alhaji Abba Aliyu, Special Advisor to the Honorable Minister for Power. Thank you so much for taking out time, and thank you for a very concise report of the ministry on what has gone on. I would also like to use this opportunity to say good morning to Mr. Daffy Akpene, who's here with us. He's the Commissioner for Legal, Regulatory and Licensing with the NERC. Thank you very much, Mr. Frank Ibubu, for your anchoring so far. Just to introduce myself again, my name is Dolakbo Kukoyi. I'm a partner with Detail Commercial Solicitors, and we are pleased and privileged to be collaborating with Business Day as knowledge partners on this Future of Energy series. You are all, ladies and gentlemen, our other distinguished panelists who are also present, and those who will be joining, you are all welcome to day 2 of the Business Day Future of Energy series with the theme, Nigeria at 60, Harnessing Nigeria's Energy Potential for the Future. And our focus today is on the future of power. I hope, and I'm certain that you will have an interesting session, and it will be indeed thought-provoking for all of us as to how we move the sector forward. I will just be giving an overview before we go into what we call the cockpit session, and I will give you a little bit more detail about that. So just to give an overview as to what you should expect, first to say that as a firm of solicitors, Detail Commercial Solicitors, having a very active energy practice, sees opportunities like this or platforms like this as an opportunity for us to provide thought leadership in the areas that we practicing, and it's one of our core values. So we are indeed very pleased to be part of this. And just to give a background on the theme and what you'll be expecting today. Nigeria tomorrow will be 60 years as a country. And 7 years ago, the Nigerian government undoubtedly completed largely what I would call the largest privatization of the power sector, at least in Africa, that I know of. And I may be wrong, but this is my view. Very ambitious, very, very ambitious. 15 years ago, we enacted as a country the Electric Power Sector Reform Act. That basically was the enacted law which formed the basis for the policy and all that had been planned for privatization and commercialization of our sector. And where are we today? I think that you've heard a lot from Mr. Igbobu, you've heard a lot from the minister as well, but I'll just give a few facts. Where are we? Nigeria has a population of over 200 million people. In terms of our access to power, I think that we're looking at about 56.5%. This figure is at 2018. It may not have increased of people who have access to power, and this does not mean that they have 24 hours of power. Our highest peak generation, at least as at the 28th of September this year, has been 5,420. And our lowest has been 3,375 megawatts. In terms of metering of customers, we are looking at about 6 million customers remaining unmetered out of 10 million, over 10 million registered customers. Now, you know that this is not, these figures don't really tie in with the population that we have, which is over 200 million people. So your guess is as good as mine that the access to electricity is still quite low. Other figures, as of April 2020, the distribution companies owe the MBT, the Nigeria Bulk Electricity Trader, at least 173 billion naira. And as in debts, as to debts to the financing sector, as of 2019, the exposure of Nigerian banks was about $1.7 billion, accounting for 1/5 of non-performing loans. I think the minister has talked about the different interventions to the sector. We're looking at about 1.5 trillion so far. But not to be all doom and gloom, there's been a lot that's been happening in the sector. And some interesting updates are some of the things we will talk about in terms of, what's happening in the off-grid space and the commercial and industrial space, in the mini-grid space. There's been a lot of interest and attention in that space, and we'll talk about that today. There have also been recent developments by the NRC to bridge some of the gaps, and we'll be talking about that in our topic session shortly. So just using these facts as a background to the conversations today, we will not be talking about the woes. We will not be going into why we have these challenges, because I think we all know. So the session will be centered about moving forward. And I think that one thing is clear for us as a nation. It's increasingly imperative and paramount that we must urgently increase access to electricity. We must urgently increase reliability and stability of the power supply in Nigeria. So it's going to be a solution-oriented session. I hope it will be thought-provoking for all of us who are stakeholders in the sector, and for people who we are all stakeholders, including those of us who pay for power, those of us who are customers as well. So I hope that I hope and I think that we will have an interesting session. I will go straight into our topic session and introduce our speaker. I will be speaking with Mr. Daffy Apele, who, as I said, introduced before, is Commissioner for Legal, Regulatory and Licensing, NERC. And just to say that the background for this session is that a lot of times we working as solicitors, for example, get a lot of questions, from whether it's investors, whether they are stakeholders, as to the rationale for some of the things that have gone on in the past few years. So hopefully we'll be hearing from the proverbial horse's mouth about their perspectives, on where we are as a sector. I'd like to introduce Mr. Daffy Akpine.
Good morning, Mrs. Kukoyi. It's actually Commissioner Legal Licensing and Compliance.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go straight into the questions. I think first, one of the biggest issues and elephants in the room is the state of our insolvency in the market. And I was speaking to someone today on an interview, and I was saying that I was asked the question, what is the biggest issue with the sector? There are many things, but I think that as the Honorable Minister pointed out, one of the biggest issues is the viability of the sector, which has led to the state of insolvency. My first question is, how does the market go from here? What is the NERC's action plan? I know that I'm going into a very hot question from the beginning, but I think that we just get right to business. What's NERC's action plan for this?
Okay. I think as lawyers, we need to be very careful with how we pick and choose our words. I wouldn't describe the sector as being in a state of insolvency. So we don't have an insolvent sector. We have a sector that is dealing and grappling with severe liquidity challenges. And the liquidity challenges stem from the fact that the downstream collections are not enough to satisfy the cascading upstream obligations, meaning what the discos collect from customers isn't enough to pay TCN for wheeling power, the transmission company for TCN for wheeling power, the GENCOs for generating power, and the gas providers who provide gas, because most of our generation is thermal generation. And you now look at the payments that go to the other service providers along the line. Now, why do we have this liquidity challenge with the mismatch in downstream obligations, downstream commitments, collections matching upstream obligations? It's simply stemmed from the fact that the tariffs are not cost reflective. And it's become a serious policy issue. At the time, both speakers in your opening and when the representative of the Honorable Minister was speaking, he spoke about the prioritization. When we did the prioritization, one of the key elements and undertakings, as you rightly said, very ambitious. And I agree with you that not only did we pull off the largest prioritization on the continent, because I meet people outside Africa who, outside Nigeria, who confirm that. We also pulled out, I also think we have the largest power market in Africa, because when you look at the size of our population being 210 million people and growing, and this current state of our infrastructure, I don't think any other country in Africa has the demand to grow their power sector like Nigeria. So a key element in the performance agreements that the investors who bought the distribution segment was that government would pay its bills and also allow the discos to charge a cost-reflective tariff. So a cost-reflective tariff is one that enables a utility that operates efficiently to have a return on investment and meet its obligations upstream. For a long time, we've not had, the tariffs have not been cost reflective. And government has had to intervene with different subsidy interventions to address the issues. So these interventions have come in form of addressing disco immediate losses under the NEMS 213 billion NEMS funding. Then we've also had the different GENCO assurance. The first one was 702 billion. The next one was the funding from CBN, another 600 billion, just to ensure that because what the customer pays isn't enough, someone is meeting the other upstream commitments. So how do we get out of this? Government, we've put together, the government on the policy side put together the Power Sector Recovery Program. And part of the Power Sector Recovery Program are the initiatives to ensure that we get out of this state of liquidity. So with regards to the issues of liquidity, the first work stream is the move towards ensuring that we have a cost-reflective tariff in place. And you would have noticed that we did that with the initial 1 September review that we did, where we went to a new paradigm shift by having overall increases for everybody and now doing location-based tariff increases on the basis of the existing infrastructure, which we call the service reflective or service-based tariff regime. Under that service-based tariff regime, it ties into it takes into cognizance your current supply now. Like you said in your opening, there are different parts of Nigeria whereby people aren't connected to the grid at all. And you also have some parts where customers are currently enjoying almost 24-hour supply. So those are two ends of the spectrum. So to do that, what we used to do, an ordinary rate review in the past would have meant blanket rate reviews for all customers across board. Nigerians that endured this, the last reviews were done in 2015, effective 2016, and up till then, tariff reviews in Nigeria were things that were accepted by Nigerians. But customers didn't see the commensurate improvement in service. So when we went round on this round of stakeholder consultations, customers told us unequivocally that we do not have a problem paying for service, but we will no longer pay for darkness, and we will no longer pay for blind promises. So we now had to put into place a service-based regime that puts the customers into tiers on the basis of what they currently receive as a service now, and those who receive what would be termed to be a good service. So we agreed that the de minimis would be 12 hours of supply a day. So any customer who receives less than 12 hours of supply in the Federal Republic of Nigeria would not suffer a rate increase. But customers from 12 hours and above, on the basis of the service that you enjoy, right, the tariffs would go up. And this, but for this, what's the other leg? It means that, one, the DISCOs need to guarantee the appropriate hours of supply to customers in these service bands. So customers in service band A, DISCOs are guaranteed a minimum of 20 hours of supply a day. Customers in service band B, DISCOs are guaranteed a minimum of 16 hours of supply a day. Customers in service band C, DISCOs are guaranteed a minimum of 12 hours of supply a day. So those are the 3 bands that we have in place. Actually, there are 5 bands, but it's only bands A to C that would suffer a rate review. What this now does is the DISCOs have now prepared their performance improvement plan. That says that, okay, this is how we intend to improve the network in Nigeria. And when the DISCO improves, is able to guarantee a certain level of supply to customers in a certain area, they now move to the commensurate service band and start to pay the tariff for that supply. However, as a customer protection measure, if the DISCO is unable to provide that guaranteed hours of supply in customers in band A to C, a review is now done. And we now look at, okay, you promise these customers, you promise them minimum of 20 hours a day over a month, but you've only been able to deliver 12 hours or 16 hours. It actually means that these customers have been inappropriately banded. So the customers, as a redress mechanism, will now move to the appropriate band for the service that the disco is providing. So what this now does is it's meant to start increasing liquidity for the discos so that they can carry out the needed investments in the networks, and also start increasing the cash flow that comes in. So there's meant to be a gradual phasing for these tariff increases. And the only way the sector can improve is to attract investments. So the two legs to the investment for attracting investments downstream would be, first thing you would look at would be discos. The tariffs the discos are charging their customers. Then the second leg would now be, because of what has happened over the past 7 years of privatization, the discos now have, the books are in the red, whereby they are carrying significant tariff shortfalls in the books. So the second leg that we're looking at on the government side is to transfer those liabilities that have been incurred as a result of the inadequacy of cost-reflective tariffs into another government agencies to hold that the shortfall. So it now clears all the discos books, puts everybody back into the black as we now move towards having cost-reflective tariffs. So what this now does is you will now start to see on your end, being the private sector side, is there will be significant interest for investments in the power sector, because the encumbrances that had previously prevented these investments from coming into place, being that the tariffs are not cost reflective and the discos books are encumbered, would no longer exist. So those are the gradual mechanisms that we're using to clear out, to address the liquidity problem in the sector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fene. I think you've gone quite over and above the question and even gone into our other questions. Thank you so much. I think this gives a good start as to what NERC's intentions are. Now, my second question, I mean, you've clearly explained, like a lot of us understand, why we need to have service reflective tariffs. So how do we reconcile this recent suspension of tariff for 14 days? And we hear that there's an order out by NERC on this. How do we reconcile this? What's the rationale?
Okay, so let me start. So I have a saying that I always tell everyone I meet. They say, oh, you're an independent regulator. I said, yes, we're independent, but we're not isolated. So what NERC does, right, we need to bear in mind the further far-reaching consequences on the economy. And the law requires that we have stakeholder consultations before reaching any decision. We started the stakeholder consultations before we arrived at the service-based tariff. This process started December 2019, before the order was issued for 1 September. But you've seen that certain policy issues have arisen. And on the basis of those policy issues, the organized labor threatened to shut down the country. And they threatened to shut down the country because they didn't agree with two main issues. First being the deregulation of petrol. Second being the tariff in electricity. So what has happened is labor has conceded to what has happened with the petrol deregulation. But on the government side, they've said, let us look into this whole thing, because what we've done with introduction of service-based tariffs or service-reflective tariffs is new. And many people don't understand it. Many people, and it's the first time it's been done in Nigeria. And in most, I don't know any other jurisdiction in Africa that has done this, because most jurisdictions would usually have one swayed increase, rate increases for everybody. I think Egypt just did the same thing yesterday. So they said, let us engage further and have further discussions to discuss, right? And as a gesture of good faith, they said, whilst we're discussing, can we, because to show that, okay, yes, we really want to solve this problem. Labour says, oh, we want to understand it, but as a gesture of good faith, can you suspend this? Then we took that Section 33 of the Act says that the Commission is, as an independent regulator, receives policy directions from the minister. And we are only bound to comply with those policy directions where they are in compliance with the Act itself and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Looking at the overarching public interest issues that have arisen, whereby even the president himself was represented by the SGF, the Minister of Power was at those meetings, and we're trying to solve a problem. And we saw that as a valid policy direction. The decision taken by government is a valid policy direction. And we issued the order to suspend the review for 14 days with effect from 28 October until 11 October to enable the federal government team and organized labor continue with their negotiations over this, because there are always policy interactions on the rates that consumers pay. So that's the background to the order that was issued on the 14-day suspension of the order.
Thank you, Mr. Akpene. I think a few questions that come to mind with that is, how is this practicable? You know, how is this practicable for a disco? Will they minus, okay, so from today, they won't bill what they should have billed. In your bill, they will then give you what it was as at August. I'm just wondering on the practicalities, but I'll leave you to answer that. And one more question. On the start, and it's kind of related. On the service reflective tariffs, how does the NERC plan to regulate service? Is this going to be something in which a customer would have to say, no, I'm not paying, and protest and send the letter, and then you have a dispute resolution process? Or is this one in which there will be some kind of technology to do this, so that each disco sends a bill to say that this month you have, you know, are we going to ensure that they will say this month you have received from this day to this day 21 hours of power, and then you as a customer can dispute it?
Okay, I think you've asked two questions, right? I got the second question. Could you repeat the first question?
So the first question is really the practicality of this suspension.
Okay.
How will it work?
Okay.
The disco.
Okay, good. So let me come back to what I said. So there's, for every decision that we make as a government for customers not to pay a cost-reflective tariff, what the tariff is, there's it creates a liability, and that liability has to be settled by someone. So the practice for the past 5 years since we've had the shortfall has been, government has written the check for what the shortfalls have been, meaning that regardless of what you do downstream, it's not changing the price of gas. It's not changing the PPA commitments of the GENCOs. It's not changing the winning cost of power. So once you reduce that downstream, somebody has to cover the whole, whatever liability is created from that shortfall. And government has taken that responsibility as a public policy issue in the interest of Nigerians. So that is a further discussion that will be had over this 2-week window. The second question you asked was the operability of the service-based tariff regime. Now, what we've done is, because service is now being provided in bands, basically recognizing our current existence, because anyone you talk to will tell you that, oh, in where we live, we get power for 18 hours a day. Where we live, we almost have power every day. Some people tell you, oh, we are 1 day on, 1 day off, right? So everybody has a feel of the state of supply in their own locality. But what we're doing now as a commission is, from the commission's end, data loggers and devices to log actual supply at feeder and distribution transformer levels will be installed to monitor, to serve as a back-end check, right? And from a customer standpoint, right, the redress mechanism will not exist on the basis of one customer complaining. Because sometimes you will notice that when you have an outage, right, it's not because of the DISCO not wanting to provide you. There may be local technical issues. So I got back to Abuja 2 nights ago, and on my street, there was no power. Why? Because it rained heavily in Abuja. A tree took out the power line, and the underground cable got flooded. So they had to isolate my street. So for over about a day, we didn't have power while they sorted that out. So that wouldn't qualify, right, as an appropriate complaint. However, if all the customers in my cluster under that feeder lodge a complaint that we've been classed as band A customer, whereby the DISCOs have guaranteed us a minimum of 20 hours of supply a day, and we haven't gotten this 20 hours of supply a day. We now look over a 60-day period, we now look at the feedback from the records of the recording devices. And on that basis, the commission would reach a decision, right? If it is proved that, yes, these customers haven't gotten the minimum daily supply, guaranteed daily supply, they now get moved to the tariff band that is commensurate with the supply that they've been getting. So that's the way it's going to work over the lifeline of this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akpene. I'm seeing that we do not have much time, but I want to ask you one more question and we move straight to the audience to get their questions. Franchising guidelines. One of the issues I think that you rightly mentioned is the fact that capital expenditure is required to be able to provide the service that is required by the DISCOs. Now, we know that there are constraints currently on the capital expenditure requirements for the DISCOs and them able to access that financing. And is the reason why we then have the franchising guidelines. Our expectation, at least for those of us who practice in the sector and advise clients, was that we're going to see a more prescriptive guideline after the consultation paper. But what we see is that it's kind of broad and general. So we wanted to just, in terms of expectations for investors and all of that, what's NERC's intention here to do with the franchising guidelines? What are you?
Okay. So we need to, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees the right to property. And the Commission takes cognizance of the fact that in October 2013, some investors bought 60% of the DISCOs. And government has said, okay, because you bought it, right? Because we want you to demonstrate control and run this business. On a board of 7, government took only 1 seat on that board. And I said, go ahead, you have the technical expertise, run and manage this business. right? The discos have invested in a network. So the network of Ikeja Disco belongs to Ikeja Disco, likewise Jos and Lagos, right? As a commission, we cannot, use a prescriptive measure to start to cut out people's property, right? What we will do is, first of all, the license terms and conditions are there. Any disco that fails to meet the terms of the license stands the risk of losing that license, right? But because we've recognized that Nigeria is a very large and complex country, and there are certain restrictions in the license terms and conditions, we are now saying that where certain conditions have now being satisfied and put in place, discos can now get other people to come in and partner with them on their own terms on how to carry out certain aspects of the distribution business. But in the eyes of the commission, no matter what the disco does, the disco is seen to be the person that is responsible for that network. So it's like with any franchise, right? You go to a Chick-fil-A or a McDonald's, right? That's been franchised out, but the customer sees McDonald's, right? So with in the eyes of the commission, we will always see the licensee that we have licensed, but we appreciate the fact that there may be certain people who can come in to support that licensee with collections, certain people who can come in to support the licensee with embedded generation, or other activities that relate to that distribution business. So to be on terms agreed between the licensee and the franchisee, but the licensee, being the disco, remains responsible and accountable for the terms and conditions in its license for what it has undertaken to do in the distribution subsector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pine. Just a few more. I think we're almost out of time, but I'm going to ask you one more question. There's been in the press an ongoing work around the amendment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act. What are your views? Obviously, you are a key stakeholder and you are a custodian of that act in many ways. What is your view? Is this the right time, given that we're 15 years post?
Yes. So in answering that, I would say two things. First of all, I'll look at the act itself and also the interplay in the regulatory space from the judiciary. The Electric Power Sector Reform Act is an excellent piece of legislation when you look at privatization. So we basically adopted the UK model that was developed by Margaret Thatcher for power sector privatization, which states that you unbundle, you create a regulator, and you privatize. The EPSRA does that excellently well, right? That has been no qualms with that. But the issues of regulating a sector and the regulatory powers you need from a day-to-day perspective to pretend over a sector end to end, EPSRA didn't provide for that adequately. If you look at the fining provisions in the Act, there are three major infractions. The first being a breach of the terms and conditions of a license, which attracts a penalty of 10,000 naira per day. The second being a breach of the Commission's regulation, which attracts a flat fee of 10,000 naira. Then the third being refusal of access for the Commission for inspections and things like that, which attracts a prison term. when you look at that and you juxtapose those powers, first of all, we are superintending over a multi-billion-dollar industry, right? And when you look at the fines, 10,000 naira, you look at that 10,000 per day, by the time you compute it for the year, it's still less than 4 million naira. These fines are not adequate deterrents. And the commission's powers have been challenged in court on that basis, because there are certain infractions. A little boy dies. You are not just going to sit down and fold your hands, because we have fiduciary responsibilities, right? So from an enforcement standpoint, and also when you look at it from other issues that have arisen from the privatization itself, which need to be addressed, right? That needs to be done. And if you look at jurisdictions like India, New Zealand, and a few other countries that have done past sector privatizations, they've had various iterations of their act. So I have in my study, this book here is the laws of India. You can see how okay, the screen is, you can see how thick it is, right? But when you compare that with EPSRA, you can see that the Indians have really gone far to expand upon their laws, right? So there are certain post-privatization issues that need to be addressed. We've seen certain things and we need to learn from certain things. Now, it brings me to the second leg, which relates with the issues we've seen in adjudication of matters in our sector. And you ask the question, why it took so long for us to have reviewed the tariff. The last time we reviewed the tariff was 2016. A lawyer named Toluwani Adebi took the commission to court, challenging a tariff review. And a judge of the Federal High Court ruled in his favor. If you check precedents almost anywhere, I think that will be the only precedent whereby the courts have ruled against the regulator in a tariff review. And the commission couldn't do anything until we got judgment in our favor at the Court of Appeal. But in that window, until we got that judgment, because of that singular act, that because of the judgment of a court on a tariff review, that cost Nigeria over 1.7 trillion naira. So there is a need for a closer interaction with the judiciary that on certain issues that need to be institutionalized. The first issue that needs to be institutionalized is the doctrine of local remedies. You see this very well in the university cases, but you don't see it with in issues dealing with regulator. So
Thank you, Mr. Pene. I don't want to lose our audience so that we are not talking like lawyers. I'm sorry that I had to cut off. I think that the point has been made. I have one question for the audience, and I think I need to round up after that. So I wanted to make sure I take that question. It says, how do you manage the provision of low current and very unserviceable transformers by discos? By the way, for participants, please, I forgot to mention, please join the conversation and send in your questions and comments via slido.com. Use the event code #BDES in caps. #BDES in caps. So, Mr. Pene, that's the question. How do you manage the provision of low current and very unserviceable transformers?
Okay, so like I said, and I addressed this in the opening, the discos are in the business of selling power, and the more power they sell, the more money they make. The issue with low currents comes from extending one long 11 kV lines over a long network, right? Over a long spans. And you see that a lot outside the major cities, because a lot of these distribution networks are built by people, not even the discos, because you buy a plot and you just extend the line yourself and tell the disco to connect me. So with the required investments, as funding improves in the sector, and the other things that you would have heard the minister's aide speak on, special advisor to the minister speak on when he did his opening, is that they are investing in the downstream distribution angle on the cement side, and also with increased funding from the PIPs of DISCOs, they can build more substations, run higher tension lines, supply you from build more 33 kV lines, have a substation that drops it to 11, which is near your house, and deals with the issues of the low current that you would experience at home. And also, with more funding, the DISCO should be in a position to replace 40 transformers as well.
Thank you. Business Day, I'm not sure if I still have any more time. I still have questions, but until you indicate to me, I think we're almost done. Just one more. Mr. Penny, and thank you for being such a delightful person to interview. It's about the eligible customer regulation. What we think is that this hasn't been successfully implemented. What are your views? And I think I have 1 minute.
Okay.
If you can just say that quickly.
Okay, so with the eligible customer regulation, right? The eligible customer regulation, you need to go back to what the main objective was. What was the mischief we sought to cure? We have bottlenecks in from generation to distribution, right? The eligible customer regulation was meant to bring in GENCOs that would, investors that would invest in those bottlenecks to ensure that they can supply those eligible customers properly. But what we now saw was that because of the liquidity issues, and everyone wants to survive for himself, right? GENCOs within the existing framework who have already contracted all their capacities in their PPAs with MBEDs now wanted to enter into eligible customer transactions. Now, you can't be paid twice for the same product, right? So GENCOs need to go and renegotiate those PPAs with MBEDs to free up the capacity that they want to sell to eligible customers. So those are one of the major constraints. So it's basically being compliant with the regulatory framework to get this started. But applicants that have complied with it, it's been done. So the project in Edo State was approved by the commission, because that was a greenfield generation, not on the grid, feeding segmented parts. So that was approved. But you can't have contracted the entire 500 megawatts of your plant to MBEDs and now want to contract with an eligible customer. You need to go and renegotiate with MBEDs to ensure that those things are sorted out. So those were the feeding issues with the eligible customer regulation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dafekpene. Thank you for answering our questions, even though we put you on the hot seat. Thank you so much. They've been really helpful. We are really grateful for your time. And please enjoy the rest of your day if you choose to still stay with us through the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have 1 minute break and then go into the panel sessions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Business Day series on harnessing Nigeria's electricity for the future of Nigerian power sector. Thank you, Mr. Dafe Akpene and Mrs. Kukoyi, for that very insightful session. And we will now be moving into the panel sessions for the day. But first of all, I would like to introduce Mr. Ahmad Salihijo, who will provide us with a quick teaser into the first panel session. The first panel session is focused on the role of innovation in the Nigeria power sector. Mr. Ahmad Salihijo is currently the MD of the Rural Electrification Agency of Nigeria. Between 2009 and 2012, Mr. Ahmad worked with the Infrastructure Concession Regulation Commission and the Subsidy Reinvestment and Empowerment Program, SHOPI. At SHOPI, he led the development of a project that empowered over 50,000 Nigerian youth. He served as the special advisor to the Nigerian Minister of Environment, Amina Mohammed, and was the coordinator of the Nigerian Green Board program, during which he coordinated for the issuance of Africa's first sovereign green bonds, valued for over 10 billion naira. He was at the forefront of originating and developing 250 megawatts green connected solar photovoltaic power plants with oversight for licensing and permits. He was the executive director of operations at EN Consulting and Projects Limited. And in December 2019, the president of Nigeria, President Muhammad Buhari, appointed him to head the Rural Education Agency. Mr. Ahmad Salihijo, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, for this introduction, and thank you very much, Business Day. I'm honored to be here with you today. First, I would like to also appreciate, the other speakers that have been able to shed some light onto the topic that we are discussing here today. So, Mr. Frank, thank you very much for the introductions, and also the representative of my boss, the Honorable Minister Abba Aliu, for giving us some insight onto the current situation within the power sector. And finally, Commissioner Dafe, for also giving us more insights onto the regulatory aspects. They have been very interesting conversations so far. Good day to all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased, as I mentioned earlier, today to share my thoughts on this particular theme, which is a sector that I'm very passionate about, and I've continued to spend better of my time within this sector, as we mentioned within the last few years. So in Nigeria, as other speakers have alluded to, we have a historical energy problem. As we're all aware, this has affected the populace of Nigeria, and in addition, the energy gap has unfortunately deprived, as an earlier speaker mentioned, over 80 million Nigerians lack reliable energy. So residents of remote communities across Nigeria have it the hardest given the distance they are away from the grid, which is the primary energy source in Nigeria. So as the essay to the minister mentioned, this particular area has been suffering in the last few years, but of course there have been continuous efforts to ensure that power reaches the underserved and unserved. However, this is one of the major roles that the Rural Electrification Agency currently works on. So we primarily target at scaling up energy access to unserved and underserved communities in Nigeria. However, we look at it beyond just taking those electrons and lighting those areas. The deployment of off-grid solutions to these areas play also a critical role in reviving and rejuvenating the local economy. So we are more interested, of course, in taking the power, but how is that power being productively used at that particular level where we impact the lives of the rural dwellers? So on a more critical level, our objective is always to ensure that every energy infrastructure deployed by the REA helps to stimulate that productive use. We have programs around ensuring that these productive use are being currently utilized. So for instance, we have a component on it for the Africa Development Bank loan that we have currently at the REA, where it solely concentrates on the productive use appliances. Also, as part of some of our REF programs that are currently coming on board, we have areas where we're concentrating on improving on the agricultural sector and also other economic areas where we feel that the power would be able to contribute to national development. So as always, technology and innovation in the off-grid space are determinant factors that will continue to drive deployment and sustainability of renewable energy interventions. So at the REA, we currently deploy two sort of these innovations. So we do mini grids and solar home systems. As the essay to the Honorable Minister mentioned earlier, as part of the economic sustainability plan, there is a plan to roll out 5 million solar home systems across the country. So, which means the market is fairly open, and we are encouraging local manufacturing and local assembly. And that particular program, as the SA mentioned, has actually gotten approval at the CBN. So we look to continue to engage with private sector to ensure that government is able to reach those particular targets to meet up with the over 80 million Nigerians that currently do not have power. So in addition to that, we also have mini grids deployed to energize communities that are far away from the grid, just so that we do understand that there is a particular cost to extending the grid beyond a certain length. So we encourage mini grids in areas where they are able to be deployed with 200 or 300 households. And with that as well, there are programs that we run for performance-based grants in the World Bank, where we encourage private sector developers to come in, deploy this infrastructure, implement and run it for about 3 months, and they are due or they are given subsidies so that they are able to have those kind of programs where we are partnering with private sector, and we are now able to close that gap, which of course, as you'd appreciate, government wouldn't be able to cover the gap alone. So these are programs that we put in place just to ensure that the private sector is actually coming in to adequately cover for these gaps that we have in energy supply. So we are currently also designing an innovative and startup program under the Rural Electrification Fund, which is supposed to adequately stimulate innovation and innovation solutions within this sector. So beyond technology and innovation, of course, sustainability remains key. So while these novel renewable energy technologies are safe and reliable, they must always be deployed in a sustainably mechanism where we ensure that projects that we put in place continue to live or outlive ourselves, and then be able to move on beyond the 60 years that we are celebrating today. So in addition to that, with the innovation, as I touched on earlier, we look to bring in new ideas into the space and also encourage new players to come in, just so that in line with the executive order of the Mr. President, at least we're encouraging more local content. So I think this is a space that private sector developers should look out for as we roll out that particular program under the Renewable Energy Fund. So for sustainability, a program that we have that we currently do across board is the Renewable Electricity Users Corporation Society. With this, it's a sort of structured mechanism where community members play a key role in securing where community members play critical roles in securing the deployment of systems, enlightening community members, ensuring payment of bills, and henceforth. So what we have in this space is that we're trying to encourage communities in partnership, of course, with Discourse as well, to see how they can continue to own this space. So this is something that at the moment we are currently developing at the REA, and this cuts across projects around the capital projects that we implement on behalf of the federal government, and also we look to deploy this for some of the ref mini-grids that we have been able to bring on board. So with homegrown data-driven innovations as well, we're able to ensure the best for Nigeria and Nigerians. Data plays a very key role in the work that we do. So what you find is that if you are not able to target, these innovations and these technologies to areas where they are actually viable, what you find is that the private sector would struggle to make it a good business. So I can see that my time is up. So ultimately, we continue to encourage knowledge-driven engagements such as this while developing programs and initiatives and implementing government policies targeted at strengthening our renewable energy sector. So thank you very much. I think I hope I've been able to address it in the time that I was given. So once again, thank you for having me, and I'm available if there are any questions to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salihijo. We hope to take this conversation even further during the panel session. Before we go into the panel session, I would just like to remind everyone to please join the conversation, sending your comments, your questions to slido.com using the hashtag BDES. You can also join the conversation on Twitter and our other social media platforms using the hashtag BDES. I would now like to introduce the moderator for the first panel session. Our moderator for the first panel session is Adobe Oniwinde. Adobe is currently the Policy and Partnership Manager at All On. This is a role that she has had since February 2020. Prior to that, she was an external relations executive at Shell International in the Netherlands. She was responsible for reputation management, developing and managing communications, strategies, and stakeholder engagements that address the impact of Shell's petroleum operations in Nigeria. Adobe has worked in corporate communications throughout a 20+ year career, beginning as an intern at the Clinton White House, where as press office intern, she contributed to speeches for the then First Lady, Hillary Clinton, a role that required a West Wing office and a full US Secret Service clearance. She also previously served as an internal communications consultant at the World Bank. A journalist by training, Adobe is a closet writer who hopes to publish books someday. Adobe Oniwinde, you're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? I was on mute.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hi, so I'm joining my mobile phone. So thank you. Thank you for the introduction. My name again is Adobe Oniwinde. First, on behalf of the vital role of innovation in the Nigerian power sector of the future. A very warm welcome from Lagos to the distinguished panel and to our virtual audience. Before we kick things off, I'd like to run through very quickly how we've agreed this discussion will run. We have 5 panelists who will give approximately 7-minute presentations each. Then we'll spend about 15 minutes doing Q's and A's. A note on Q's and A, I noticed that we've already mentioned that they will not be taken verbally. Your mics are muted. We will be doing this again because the way we live now, conference attendance is quite different, at www.slido.com. And the code again to send questions via chat is #BDES. That's Bravo Delta Echo Sienna. Do feel free to type in your questions during the presentations while paying attention, of course. So without much ado, let's kick off. Our first panelist is Mr. Ademola Adesina, who is the founder and CEO of RenSource, a leading West African off-grid energy provider. Some of you may know that RenSource was the 2019 winner of the Financial Times IFC Transformational Business Award for Climate and Urban Infrastructure Solutions. Mr. Adesina, welcome. You have 7 minutes to tell us about some of the activities that makes RenSource worthy of such an award. Over to you, Mr. Adesina.
Thank you for having me, Ms. Oniwinde. RenSource is a company I founded with my co-founder, UC, about 5 years ago. We are, at our hearts, a decentralized energy company. This takes different forms depending on the markets. When I founded RenSource, our initial focus was on residential homes. We would build and finance small-scale solar systems for your average urban middle-class home, that was how we started RenSource. We eventually migrated into what we're doing now, which is largely powering large urban marketplaces. These are the big markets we have throughout Nigeria, like Sabongari Market in Kano, Ikpari Market in Lagos, where we essentially build and manage the power infrastructure there, and then distribute power to the individual shop owners via smart meters that we install. In addition to that, we also have a commercial and industrial solar business, where we build and manage larger solar power plants for industrial clients. These are manufacturers, mills, agricultural concerns, where we own these plants and then sell the power against long-term power purchase agreements to the end users. Beyond that, and particularly since the impact of COVID, in our markets-focused business, we've also begun offering non-energy services to the merchants in those markets. So we're essentially leveraging the relationship we have with those merchants to offer them products and services, mostly from third parties, third parties who find that channel and that audience interesting. We do this through a digital platform we've built that's in effect a super app of sort for the merchants to manage their business, but also access these third-party services. We've been doing this now for about 9 months, initially as a pilot, but now it's growing and scaling quite quickly. And we've seen a real demand and interest in this since all of the lockdowns that followed the COVID-19 crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Adesina. Was that it? I thought that was a pause.
No, that was the overview of the business. Happy to answer any questions you may have, ma'am.
Super. Thank you very much. I'm actually really looking forward to hearing more about the digital platform that I imagine is thriving in the current COVID environment, but we will hold off on questions. I'd like to run through all the presentations first and then come back to Q's and A's. So thank you for your time. Our second panelist is Mr. Okemwa Anayo, who is the CEO of Neo Tropical Technologies. Mr. Anayo also doubles as the technical director. Anayo, the floor is yours for about 7 minutes.
Yeah, good day, everyone, and it's my pleasure to be here with you on this August event. Okinwa is the CEO of Nile Tropical Technologies Limited, a company founded over 20 years ago. We've grown from a garage company to a regional player in renewable energy system integration across the West African sub-region. Over the years, we've installed quite a lot of renewable energy systems ranging from solar, wind, hydro, in different locations and applications, ranging from private homes, hospitals, schools, military, and captive power. In the past 10 years, there have been a shift, and this interest in rural electrification using solar. So that gave birth to mini grids, solar mini grids. We found this as an opportunity that we could leverage on our years of experience in system integration and our network to explore the mini grid space. And we built our first mini grid 10 years ago. And fast forward today, we've about 35 mini grids built across. Some are built as build, operate, and transfer for other third parties. And we own about 4 of these mini grids with about 2,400 connections. Currently, we are building 12 new microgrids under the NEP World Bank area project, result-based grants. This we expect by the end of first quarter 2021, which will have about 18,000 new connections on these rural locations. We also see opportunity in the C&I and interconnected mini grid. So that's why we invested a lot of time and the resources doing some pilots and some pilot projects to pull some information about the business viability and the technical, potentials of, doing interconnected mini grids, which is a new space. That resulted in our new project that was launched a few months ago at Mokoloki in Ogun State. That was the first interconnected microgrid here in Nigeria. A lot of data coming out of that project is also encouraging. It's giving us a pointer, and we're also sharing with other investors or players who are interested in going into interconnected mini grids. For us, technology and innovation has been a key driver in what we do. We found out that power, or be it renewable or whichever energy you'll be looking at, you should see it from a bigger picture, which is not just about generating power. We'll be looking at how do you use this power? What source of, is the source sustainable? Is it resilient, when it comes to upstream turbulence, let's say political instability, environmental issues. So you have to look at power in a holistic nature, where you see that's where innovation and technology plays a very important role. We've heard from the regulators, we've heard from the government representatives, we heard from various contributors to today's event. You hear a lot of problems, but when you see it from the technology and innovation angle, you see more of opportunities than the problems. So my take on this is that at 60, Nigeria is still a very, very, very viable space for energy development, looking forward in another 10 to 20 years down the line. If we have the right political will to drive home various policies and strategies the government has put in place. If you mirror a country like Egypt, who have similar demography, though a lower population of about 80 to 100 million, They've tried this over the 10 years. If you look up what they've been able to achieve within the past 10 years, they have similar demography and similar problems and potentials like we have in Nigeria. They've been able to triple, if not quadruple, their outputs and performance in the past 10 years with the same macroeconomic and similar macroeconomic situation like us in Nigeria. So I feel technology, policy, right policy, will always attract the right investors and the right outputs. So we still have a good opportunity because the potentials are still there and it will continue to be there until we apply the right tools we need. Then we'll turn it into real outcomes. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anayo. Absolutely. Technology, policy, innovation, all these must work in a holistic manner to drive power. Before we continue, I'd like to just remind all our panelists to please turn on your video when you are speaking. Thank you. Our third panelist is Ms. Omosede Imohe. She is the GM Corporate Finance and Corporate Development at the Abuja Electricity Distribution Company. She's responsible for the company's long-term financial strategy and project development activities. Ms. Imohe, welcome. You have about 7 minutes to give us an overview of AEDC's innovative approach to increasing access to power. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Ms. Oniride. Thank you to Business Day for organizing this timely series, energy series, and for inviting me to contribute and provide an overview on AEDC's current innovation in the sector. So I'll spend the next few minutes providing a brief overview of our innovative approach to increasing universal access to power supply. So as we all know, the Nigerian electricity supply industry has evolved significantly and recorded some performance improvements since privatization in 2013. However, there's still significant challenges. The sector still faces severe liquidity and operational challenges driven by inadequate tariffs and infrastructure constraints. Electrification has been limited to date by significant power deficits in Nigeria, including an overall lack of generation capacity, as well as heavy transmission and distribution losses. So at present, it is estimated that 73 million people in Nigeria still lack access to grid electricity. Now, as a DISCO, we decided to take leadership to foster collaboration with developers through innovative business models in order to augment grid supply with distributed energy resources with a long-term view to scaling this up. Now, as AEDC, we developed a program called DESA. The program DESA was developed as part of a wider integrated distribution framework, which basically aligns our performance improvement plans, which is essentially our core business of providing grid supply to customers within our franchise area. It aligns our core business with distributed energy solutions in order to provide electricity in unserved and underserved areas so that we can more effectively meet our electricity supply and access mandate in a more cost-effective way. Now, the integrated distribution framework provides a coordinated approach to providing electricity through a combination of grid and distributed energy resources. So I want to talk a bit about the integrated distribution framework because I don't know how familiar people are with this framework. So the integrated distribution framework is essentially a framework that addresses certain requirements necessary to achieve universal electrification for all. Now, in terms of the UN SDG goals, our goals in Nigeria, we do want people to have access to clean and affordable electricity. And as a DISCO, we think that the IDF is a great way that we can achieve this within our own franchise area. So some of the requirements for the IDF are: number one, inclusiveness. Now, this requires that an entity be responsible for ensuring that all customers within a designated area have access to electricity, irrespective of their level of demand. Now, this refers to an entity. It means that there should be an entity should have ultimate responsibility, not several entities. And that's why, we think that this approach is very important within the context that we currently operate in. The next requirement is permanence. This also ensures that access to electricity must be guaranteed and requires that an institution with a long-term vision be responsible for implementing the IDF. The third requirement is that it leverages a mix of delivery modes, and this encourages the adoption of the least cost electrification plan to meet electrification demand for a particular cluster. And this could be through a combination of grid extension, mini grids, or even standalone systems. And then the fourth and the final requirement is that it harnesses external resources. Now, these external resources could be external capital, advanced technologies, and management expertise. So the way so our approach basically takes into account these four requirements. We recognize that there are developers that deploying innovative solutions, and we welcome it as a DISCO. However, the IDF framework places ultimate responsibility on us as a DISCO to drive the deployment of these distributed energy resources. So we want to have, or we're trying to take a position in deciding where these distributed energy resources would go to, that they're going to the places where they're actually needed, and that we're taking a long-term view in deploying these distributed energy resources. And so, as I mentioned, our DESA strategy addresses and meets all these requirements by us coordinating the deployment and taking ultimate responsibility. Now, this approach was demonstrated with the launch of the first interconnected mini grid at Wuse Market in Abuja by collaborating with a mini grid developer to jointly service customers within the market. So Wuse Market is the largest market in Abuja and one of the most strategic. So it was a very important project for us. And at this point, I should also thank REA for facilitating this project. So through the Wuse Market project, some shops now benefit from reliable power supply through a combination of grid supply from AEDC and supply from solar mini grids deployed by GVE, the developer in this project. Prior to this intervention, there was actually a high level of self-generation with lots of diesel generating sets located within the market, obviously contributing to high levels of noise, pollution, and even higher costs of electricity. The phase 1 of the project has been completed, with the final phases expected to be completed by December 2020. Now, once the project has been completed, the market is even considering extending their hours of operation, which will no doubt lead to increased economic activity in the market. In addition to the increased economic activity, the customers within the market will have access to cheaper and cleaner electricity supply. And that means that we would have fulfilled our responsibility to those customers as a DISCO. Now, the lessons from the Wuse Market project has also helped us identify 3 major drivers to scale up this program and to deploy it at scale, not just even within our network, but even across Nigeria and and Africa. And some of those and those 3 major drivers are access to finance, project pipeline, and developer capacity. Our primary objective with our DESA project, our DESA initiative, is to develop innovative business models that would drive adoption and integration in a utility's overall investment program, improvements in service, and new connections. It is also important to note that this innovation would not have been possible without NERC's proactiveness in issuing the mini grid regulation and the recently released franchise guidelines. However, there's still some room for improvement. We are also working with USTDA and GIZ as development partners for this project as we continue to explore suitable business models for implementing the program. We hope that DESA can provide a workable model for other utilities to leverage emerging technologies and external resources to improve access to electricity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Emohe. Wow, Wuse Market. I know Wuse Market. Haven't been in all of 10 years, and the idea of a lit up Wuse Market is quite remarkable. So looking forward to seeing what the next phases of this project will bring. Thank you again for that presentation. Moving along, our fourth speaker is Ms. Simi Abere. Ms. Abere is a member of Cross Boundaries Advisory Team. As a senior transaction advisor, she facilitates investment into sectors such as clean energy and has supported off-grid entrepreneurs and investors. Ms. Abere, welcome. The floor is yours for about 7 minutes to talk about trends and how you see the market evolving.
Thank you, Adalbi. So I'm just going to talk about some of the innovative funding arrangements that we've come across in the market and just give an overview of some of the financing challenges that off-grid companies face. So just to give you a bit of overview of cross-boundary, because some of you may know it, some of you may not. Cross-boundary is a frontier markets investment firm, and our mission is purely to unlock private capital to drive strong returns and lasting impact in underserved markets. So we deliver transaction advisory services to both the buy side and the sell side of the market. Of course, we connect investors with capital seekers, etc. So to that note, in Nigeria so far, we've been supporting different sectors, and in the off-grid sector particularly, we aim to support entrepreneurs in the sector who are seeking capital. We support them through the investment process, and then we also connect them to investors and vice versa. So that has given us a lot of insights into some of the challenges that off-grid companies face as a whole. And one of the things that we've seen is that there's quite a mismatch between the expectations of investors and what traditional investors are looking for and how off-grid business model operates. So as most of you may know, the off-grid business model is quite an asset-heavy, service-heavy, and consumer finance-heavy model, which requires a lot of upfront investment. And the returns are the payment models are not as, the returns are not immediate. So it takes a long time to realize your investment. It's also a new sector. So we know traditional investors are not that, because the new sectors, they don't know as much about the sector. So there's a bit of information asymmetry in the sector, and in general, this causes them to view off-grid investments as a very risky investment. That being said, we still need to spur investments into the market. Donor agencies, DFIs, some of the impact investors have been looking at providing grant capital, a bit of debt capital, which has helped the sector a bit and helped with investment. But grant capital tends to be smaller ticket sizes and can only help them start up. We need to look at other alternatives to spur scale into the market. And at that point, we need to start to look at the private and commercial investors and how we can encourage them to create more investment into the sector. So some of the ways that we've been looking at this is like there are a couple of mechanisms that can be put in place. So one of the things is that governments need to create an enabling environment. So it was good to hear from the REA MD earlier. It's good that the government is very involved and views the off-grid sector as a priority. So these are one of the things that helps obviously encourage private investors and commercial investors to invest more into the sector. So creating an enabling environment through investments into the sector, or perhaps through policies that are favorable for the sector. In addition, we need to look at other avenues such as like blended finance, where donor organizations and DFIs obviously contribute to financing and match funds with private investors as well. The third angle we're looking at is for private investors to obviously think about it in their mandate. They need to actually stipulate it in their investment mandate that we want to commit XYZ amount of funds to the off-grid sector and deploy these investments into the sector. That way it becomes more front and center for these private investors to make sure that they deploy more financing into the sector to spur it. And then lastly, I want to talk about the investment facilitation model. So there is a need for investment facilitation because I noticed, as I mentioned earlier, there's an information asymmetry within the investors, but also the capital seekers are not as prepared to raise funding. So we support both sides of the table. We provide like information on the market to the investor. We guide them through the whole investment value chain. And on the other angle as well, for the capital seekers, we'll support them in thinking through their pitch deck, thinking through their financial model, helping them to think through their business model and refine it so that they're more investor ready to raise funding. We're able to provide them with thinking through what capital is out there for them, etc. And also for the capital seekers, we're also able to provide a pipeline of companies that we've come across. So the investment facilitation model is more and more, especially in the off-grid sector, very important to help to spur private investment into this sector and obviously scale innovatively. So just I think those were just the mechanisms. So obviously we're talking about innovative funding arrangements and catalyzing investment into the sector through the private sector contributing, not just government and the donor agencies. So one thing I'd like to say as well on that end is that the private investors also could think of alternative funding arrangements that would support the business model of the off-grid sector. So some of the things we've seen around are receivables, accounts receivables financing. We've seen some firms around doing data-enabled short-term loans where they look at the data that the companies, the off-grid companies have through some of the customer data they've collected, their payment patterns, and see, okay, this company has good payment track record, so we can perhaps provide a short-term loan that will help them. And we just need to think of ways as the investors and as investment facilitators in the market of structuring the funding arrangements to basically suit the sector. We can't just, it's not so much the one-size-fits-all approach that we can use in the off-grid sector. We need to think more alternative and innovative funding arrangements that will catalyze investments into this sector. Thank you.
Ms. Abere, thank you very much. A lot of what you said, it's a thriving, it's a new sector, new industry. Prioritizing the sector is absolutely crucial, and we do have the government's support there, so that's a plus. I do like what you said about the fact that, let's face it, good ideas will oftentimes get money, money will come to good ideas, but this idea that we need to raise awareness and the investees themselves need to be built up. Their capacity needs to be built up to understand all the different things available to them. So foundationally, capacity building in addition to raising capital is absolutely crucial. Thank you for that. Before we get to our final speaker, I'd like to just remind the audience and those who may have joined late to send in your questions. Again, there are no verbal, this is not verbal, send them to the chat room. Again, for those who joined after my intro, the questions will be taken at www.slido.com and the code is hashtag BDES, that's Bravo Delta Echo Sierra. Okay, I'd like to now welcome Dr. Matthew Aneke. He's a chemical process and energy systems engineer, hence the numerous credentials after his last name. Dr. Aneke is also the 2019 winner of the Nigeria Prize for Science. Dr. Aneke, you are very welcome, and you have about 7 minutes to share some of your insights after years of researching waste management to power generation. Over to you, Dr. Aneke.
Thank you, Adobe, for the introduction, and thank you for thank you to other speakers. And also thank you, Business Day, for having me. My name, as they said, is Matthew Aneke. I have diverse background in engineering, mainly in the area of process and energy systems. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this event as we look forward to marking our 60th independence as a nation. As she said, I'm the recipient of the prestigious Nigeria LNG Prize for Science for 2019 for my work on biomass and waste gasification, carbon capture, energy storage, and CO2 utilization for power generation in an effort to combat deforestation, desertification, drought, and erosion in Nigeria. All thanks to the NLNG for the Science Prize Initiative, which allows researchers within and outside Nigeria to develop solutions for Nigeria pressing needs. Today, We are talking about the future of power in Nigeria and the role of innovation in ensuring that we actualize that future. Globally, there is a gradual transition to low carbon economy, and Nigeria, as part of the global community, have to key into this transition so that we are not left behind as the world search for sustainable and environmental friendly solutions to meet the ever increasing energy needs. As part of the Sustainable Development Goals, Nigeria as a country have a duty of care to meet the energy needs of our citizens. To meet these energy needs in a sustainable and environmentally friendly way, we should develop a robust energy mix with an increasing share of renewable, including solar PV, solar thermal, wind, bioenergy, waste heat, hydro, renewable hydrogen, energy efficiency, and waste to energy. Today, I'm particularly interested in how we can harness the vast quantity of municipal solid waste in open dump sites all over Nigeria for power generation using advanced and innovative technologies such as waste gasification. Waste to energy remains an ideal energy solution in Nigeria with twofold benefits. In addition to helping to improve our energy security, it will also help us to achieve sustainable waste management as a country, which will eliminate the public health challenges associated with waste. As was said by the other speakers, especially Dafe, when he was talking about the need to pay for the gas supply for our thermal systems. What is interesting with waste to power is that you are actually paid to collect the waste. So it becomes a win-win for you as a power generator. Throughout this section, I look forward to an impactful and engaging discussion. On the side of Nigeria, I've been working with some private sectors like the Previda UK, Low Carbon and Sustainable Energy Solutions, OSL Consulting Engineers, and we have been applying for several funding, especially here in the UK, to see the possibility of implementing waste to energy integrated with other renewable energy systems for a mini grid system in Nigeria. Thank you very much, and I look forward to discussing this further.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aneke, and thank you to all our 5 panelists. I don't see any questions in the chat room. I'm assuming they're either coming or other people have access and I don't. But I'll start with one. Dr. Aneke, you and I spoke earlier. So it seems like a no-brainer considering the amount of waste that we see every day in Lagos, where I live, for example. So what are some of the reasons why this no-brainer of an idea is not something that we are utilizing, turning waste to power?
Actually, first of all, it has to do with the power sector reform policy that we have put in place as a country. In Nigeria, there is so much focus in the conventional energy side, which has to do with the thermal systems. As Dafe said, most of the power generation sector in Nigeria has to depend on gas. And as a result, we have not actually looked at other sustainable technologies and ways that we can actually generate our power. And one thing with waste side is that if you look at Nigeria as a country, most of the states, we don't really have a very good waste management policy. We see waste littered everywhere, and there is so much neglect about how those waste can be used for something useful. We call it waste, but I see it as fuel, which can actually help us to achieve part of our energy security. So its first thing is the willingness to engage in that sector. And another thing is people understanding the need to, especially those in government, understanding the need to include waste as part of our energy mix?
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Anike. So again, it's a mindset change, it's an attitude change.
Yep.
And hopefully the work and the research that you are doing will bring forth other ideas. I have a question for Mr. Adeshino here. The question from the chat room is, what are the biggest challenges you have faced operating in the marketplaces you provide energy to? That's for Mr. Adeshino.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Did you hear the question?
I did. So with regards to the challenges we've faced operating the marketplaces, I mean, I would say that, you know, we had a lot of support from the REA in entering the initial markets, and to this day continue to work closely with them in our operations there. The kinds of challenges you know, I look back on, and some that we still face now, revolve more around, you know, managing the different stakeholders within the markets. And as many of you may know, these markets are often the center of you know, commerce and even some political activity, depending on the cities you're operating in. And so just trying to engage, you know, as kind of a neutral service provider when you have lots of different interests within the markets. I would say, you know, that kind of people management and political management has been, you know, one of the bigger challenges for us.
Thank you for that, Mr. Adeshino. So again, government support, collaboration, absolutely crucial in the work that we all are embarking on. I don't see any questions in the chat room, so I will go ahead and ask one myself. Super, this is for Okenwa Anayo. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So one of the things I read about is the Santana series, which I think is a classic example of innovation. Can you just tell us, share with the audience a little bit about what the Santana series is?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. The Santana series is an adaptive kind of packaging for energy, embedded energy systems or captive energy systems. So what we did was we converted old shipping containers into self-contained power packages that range from 5 kilowatts to a few hundred kilowatts. So in so doing is quicker to deploy. Most of them go to very remote and you know, through very bad roads and all that. So if you send these things to sites, some will get damaged, some will, you know, will not perform optimally. So what we do is that we convert old shipping containers into power packages that will deploy at different locations, hospitals, schools, even rural electrification for off-grid rural power for rural villages. We've been able to drop production costs or typical deployment costs of such systems from let's say for about 30 or 40% in different cases, and maintain high quality control from our base here in Abuja. So that's what the Santana system is all about.
Fantastic, innovation in motion. Thank you. Going back to the chat room, I have a question for, I believe this would be Ms. Imohe. Considering the income levels across the country and affordability, how deep really is the power sector in Nigeria as regards to returns on investment? I think Ms. Imohe can take that.
When we look at, there have been quite a few off-grid projects, right, in rural areas. And you look at the sort of tariffs that, you know, these customers are willing and paying, you know, they're much higher than, you know, the grid tariffs. So that suggests that, you know, I think the Net Commissioner said it, that Nigerians don't mind paying for electricity as long as it's available. And when you take, you know, the case studies of those the tariffs in the rural areas, you know, if customers are able to pay those levels, then in terms of the returns. The returns are there for investors. And then again, and that's why, you know, our program is also very, very interesting, because, you know, if that was an interconnected, if the rural areas can have interconnected mini grids, then, you know, even these high tariffs that they are currently charged has the potential to come down and still also generate enough returns for the investors.
Super. Thank you for that. Going back to the chat room, can people still hear me okay?
Clearly, yes, we can hear you. Adobe, I think you're muted.
Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yes. Once you're muted. Okay. Right.
Can you hear me? Sorry about that. So still nothing
Yes.
in the chat room. So I'll just follow up with another question for Ms. Abere. We talked about the need for capacity building, the fact that, you know, in addition to all the various innovative formulas and the different sort of packages that, you know, that exist to investees, there needs to be awareness building. Can you expand on that? We talked about that quite extensively yesterday. Can you just expand on the sorts of programs or the sorts of ideas that you all have with regards to educating the investees?
Okay, thank you, Adabi, for that question. So what we found in the sector is that a lot of, quite a few investees are not quite familiar with the investment process. They're not familiar with how they can access finance, what they need to do, how to present themselves. And there's a need for one, more incubators and accelerators that are supporting the off-grid sector and supporting the entrepreneurs in this area and helping them understand what it takes to be investor ready, how to present yourself, how to present your pitch deck, how to explain your business model, how to ensure you've thought through all elements of your business and incorporated that in your financial model. And also investment facilitators, we also play that role as well to a degree, where we will support the investees in thinking through how they present themselves to investors, thinking through some of the capital that is available in the sector and how they can support, how they can access the finance, advising them through this. Also, we support on upskilling during upskilling some of the participants, the investees, when we work with them. So we don't just help them with their pitch deck and financial model and say, okay, you're good to go, you can go to the investor. We'll also try to ensure that we upskill them during that process. And this obviously helps them not just in their initial pre-seed round, but it will also help them seed round, Series A, and down the line. So we try to ensure that we're not just supporting them in just overhauling the materials that they need to basically become investor ready or help them to access finance, but also help them to think deeply about their business model and think deeply about their strategy, what they're thinking going forward, think beyond the here and now. How are you going to make this a sustainable business? Why would the investor want to invest in you? Think those deep questions and then make sure that they understand their business story. Because a lot of these developers and entrepreneurs are very technical, but when it comes to the thinking through, oh, this is the business side of things and this is how I'm going to make myself ready for the investors, and obviously like investors will be willing to invest in me. They can't express that as freely as expressing the technicality. So just having an opportunity to think through that and help support with that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. It's past 12, but I think we started late, so we do have time for a few more questions. I have one in the chat room for Mr. Adeshino, and the question is, why did RentSource change its business model from home systems?
That's a very good question. At the stage we were at, which was about 2.5 years ago, where we made this change, the complexity of managing a geographically diverse set of operations and maintenance challenges, across many different locations, which is the case with the home system model, seemed more challenging than concentrating all of our problems and solutions in one location, which is what we do with the markets model. So in our markets model, we work closely with the local community to embed the right team of engineers, customer service agents, et cetera, at each location. So when a problem comes up, they can deal with it right away. In our previous, home approach, these issues could come across all around town. You may have, problems popping up at 50 different locations in Lekki over the course of an hour. And at that stage of our business, it was much less expensive and operationally intense to concentrate all of our problems in single locations, like in the markets. That was a primary driver. But at the same time, we've also at RenSource pivoted to another approach towards addressing the residential market, where we work closely with other smaller solar companies to provide them the right solutions to address that market. So we haven't given up on it altogether. It's just been not been our primary focus.
Thank you for that. Question for anyone can take this actually. The question is, should we move from stakeholder management style of engagement, and can Nigerian energy sector accelerate its transition to clean and accessible power for all? So I guess it's a two-part question. First one, should we move from stakeholder management style of engagement? And can the Nigerian energy sector accelerate its transition to clean and accessible power for all? Ms. Abere, do you want to take one of those? Hello.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, Dalby, okay. I'm here. Yeah, hello. I was just thinking it's a very interesting question actually. So to access clean energy for, so I think, like I mentioned earlier, it's about how the whole ecosystem works together. It's about how the government works in setting policy and providing an enabling environment for the people. It's in how the donor agencies and the DFIs, all the other investors across the investor ladder work together. Because obviously, if the governments provide things like performance-based subsidies, and then we get grant capital, and but then we hit a halt where we don't get any private investment from, let's say, your traditional banks or your more private equity firms or impact investors, then we won't be able to scale. So in terms of getting access to energy for all, I think it's a matter of all the players in the ecosystem all working together, the governments, the donor agencies, then the investors, the entrepreneurs themselves, the incubators, the accelerators. Everyone needs to work together and closely to ensure that we can then achieve the goals that we set for ourselves. And then, like the MD of REA mentioned earlier, they have a lot of big plans on the things they're trying to do to scale clean energy for all. And these are some of the things that obviously they're going to need the support of also the private sector to help spur that into fruition and things like that. So it's just about all the players working together to achieve these goals, but it's not impossible. Thank you.
Great response, thank you, and great way to end. Collaboration, and more collaboration is crucial. I'm being told that we are out of time, but I do have a few minutes just to thank everybody. This has been a very insightful and informative discussion on many levels, many lessons being learned. Most of us, I'm very new to this sector, so very insightful. But I do think that the most important things I'm taking away from all of this and from all of you, including some of the questions that have been asked, is that in spite of the current environment, COVID, of course, adding to our existing infrastructure challenges, innovation is absolutely alive and well. Industries and sectors the world over have taken a massive hit. But thanks to technology, innovation, and the entrepreneurial spirit of Nigerians, the sector is thriving. It's also an apt message on the eve of our 60th independence anniversary. I wish you all a happy Independence Day in advance. Virtual applause to all our distinguished panelists and our audiences from all over for a very productive hour. Wish you all safety and enjoy the rest of the webinar for those of us who will be staying. Thank you very much, everybody.
Detail commercial solicitors, the knowledge partners to Business Day for today's event. So far, it's been a very insightful program. We've just concluded a session on the role of innovation in the Nigerian power sector. And one thing is clear, industry stakeholders are already embracing innovation to address various issues in the sector in a sustainable manner, especially in relation to bridging the energy access gap in Nigeria. But the truth is, we still need the right policy framework, political will, and investment to have even bigger impact. Please remember that you can join the conversation by sending in questions and comments via slido.com using the event code #BDES and using the hashtag BD Energy Series on all social media platforms. The next panel session is really interesting. We will be looking at the role of state governments in relation to interventions in the power sector. To carry us through the panel, we have CEO of All On Nigeria, Dr. Wiba. A quick introduction to our moderator. He joined the team of Boston Consulting Group, where he was one of the founders of the strategy firm's office in Lagos. Prior to BCG, he spent 5 years at Hares Holding Group in Lagos, playing various roles, including the Chief of Staff to the Chairman, Director of Strategy, and the CEO of the Tony Elumelu Foundation. Dr. Bauer has also worked in the Rockefeller Foundation's Africa Regional Office in Nairobi and McKinsey & Company, as well as the World Vision Mauritania, where he managed a USAID-funded development project while conducting his doctoral research in Nigeria for Yale PhD thesis. Dr. Wiba co-founded AfriOne, the first ISP in North Central Nigeria. He has served on a variety of corporate and public sector boards across Nigeria and is also a widely published author and speaker. Dr. Ba earned a PhD and 2 master's degrees from Yale University and a bachelor degree from Calvin College, all in history. I'd like to remind the panelists to please remember to leave their cameras on as we go on the session. Please welcome Dr. Oliva.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hear me? All right, so good afternoon all. Thank you for that introduction. And as you heard, I'm actually, my education is actually as a historian. So for me, tomorrow, October 1, Nigeria's Independence Day is very important and a very big deal. So I'm glad that we can have this session right before we go into that important celebration. Today we have 4 fantastic guests, and we are going to be talking about the role that state governments, in partnership with mostly the private sector, so how the states are starting to play a bigger and bigger role in closing the energy access gap in Nigeria. Where traditionally, power and issues around power have been the domain of the federal government. And so this is a very interesting development. It's an evolving development and something that we're all watching very closely. And the 4 panelists we have here today are actually 4 of the innovators who are very much at the forefront of driving that process. And so I prefer to actually let people introduce themselves rather than sort of read out a resume. And so I'm going to go around the panel and let each of them introduce themselves and tell us what their role is in the power sector. And some of them you don't really need an introduction, but we'll do it anyway just for formality. And so we'll start with Larry Odushote, who is the Commissioner of Energy for Lagos State. So Larry, can you just kick us off with a brief intro to yourself and I guess we know what your role is in power, but sort of how you got into this role and your background in power.
Good afternoon. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you go on video as well?
Right, so my name is...
There we go, perfect, okay. Go ahead.
Is my video not clear?
It's perfect, yep.
Right, my name is Larry Odushote. I'm the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources, Lagos State Government. I have been in the energy sector for the past 25 years, worked at different firms, starting from Schlumberger as a business services engineer to General Electric as a contract performance manager and a service director. Worked on 7 projects in Africa and Europe and the Americas, especially in Nigeria, the NLNG, which is interesting because we saw a montage of NLNG just before the session started. So I was at NLNG when trains 2, 3, 5 were commissioned, and I managed the G installations in that plant. After that, I worked with Wando Gas and Power, subsequently at Excella, energy development in I joined Lagos State Government with the administration, and my objective is to ensure that there's 24/7 electricity supply in Lagos to everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. And it's amazing the broad private sector background you have.
We cannot hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Yes, loud and clear.
So I was just saying about the Honorable Commissioner that it's amazing the broad private sector background he has, and we're already seeing how that is influencing and making his role, which is one of the toughest jobs in government, is making it a success so far. So thank you for that brief intro. So we'll now go to the next panelist for her intro. Aisha Abakiari, she's an Associate Vice President at the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, focusing on solar power. So Aisha, welcome, and if you can please give a brief introduction of yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Eva. I am Aisha Bakari, and as you said, I'm an Associate Vice President and a Portfolio Manager with the NSIA, the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. And I lead on the energy side of things and heading the sort of the renewables energy platform for the NSIA, and currently leading on the 10 megawatt solar project that we're currently developing. Prior to the NSIA, I was with the Niger Delta Power Holding Company for several years, which is a power generation company. My educational background, believe it or not, I have a degree in chemistry and then went on to do a master's in international business management. Thank you.
All right, so another person with education that doesn't have anything to do with power. All right, so thank you very much, Aisha. We'll now go on to Joel Abrams. Joel Abrams is with Conexa, which is an exciting new company that's operating in northern Nigeria. So Joel, if you could please introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can all hear me clearly. I joined Conexa as a secondee as part of one of its founding investors, which is Industry Capital. My background is over the last 10 years, I've worked in the Nigerian power sector, notably in one of the developments of the grid connected solar program developments with MBET. So I had joined Conexa as part of the founding member team and a director following that development, and I now sit as director in both of those development companies.
All right, thank you very much, Joel. We look forward to hearing more about Conexa in the course of the panel. So finally, we have Habib Alebiosu. Habib is someone who, in almost any sort of gas to power deal that's going on in Nigeria right now, Habib seems to be in it. And so he's busy, he's doing a lot of different things, very exciting things. So Habib, thank you for being on with us today. Can you please give a brief introduction of yourself and your background in power?
Thank you, Dr. Wiba. Again, I'm Habib Alebiosu. Good afternoon, everyone. Pretty much I joined Viatan from co-founding Viatan. And prior to that, I was a founding partner at Vista Advisory, which is an infrastructure-focused advisory firm. And before that, I was in investment banking, covering heavy industrials and aviation. My education background, or my education is in computer science, and I have a master's in economics.
All right, computer science and economics.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. It takes all sorts to fix the power sector, so that's fantastic. So we're going to jump now into the questions. I saw that the Honorable Commissioner dropped off. Is he back on? Okay.
I am back on. Hear me?
Oh, good. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so let's kick off with you. The initial question is, as Commissioner of Energy for Lagos State, how much support do you get from the federal government for your energy access agenda in Lagos? And then how free are you to innovate at the state level?
Thank you. In terms of collaboration with the federal government, we do get quite a bit of support from them. We work with federal government agencies like NERC, NEMSA, the Transmission Company of Nigeria. We've engaged with them several times to talk about trying to get more power into Lagos and looking at what we need to do in terms of improving the transmission infrastructure. I'm being specific and deliberate by interceding between the DISCOs and the TCN to identify the priority projects that they should be working on. And we found them very interested in working with us. In addition to TCN, we're also working with the NDPHC to evacuate some of their stranded assets into Lagos.
So I'm not sure if others are having this, but you're cutting off. Can others hear him?
And also to identify.
Okay. I'm having trouble hearing the Honorable Commissioner. Is that just from my end, or is everyone having the same issue?
Yeah, it's the same issue.
Same issue.
Okay.
Same
So
issue.
Honorable Commissioner, maybe you want to go off video, because when you were just speaking and we didn't see the video, we heard you perfectly. Okay. I'm not sure he got the message. Can someone from Business Day send him a message? Okay, thank you. So, okay, while we're waiting for the Honorable Commissioner to come back, we'll jump to Aisha Abakiari from the NSIA. So Aisha, you represent a federal government agency that is working on energy access at the state level, bridging the gap between the federal and state levels. Can you please tell us about your solar project with Kano State? And then what has been the role of the Federal Ministry of Power and the regulator in this effort?
Hi, yes, sure. So with the solar project in Kano, so NSI was actually appointed by the president of the Federation at the end of 2018 as the funds and project managers for this project. And basically we were appointed to develop and construct a 10 megawatt solar plant in Kano State, in Kombotso local government, which is in the heart of Kano. And so we got a 24 hectare parcel of land in Kano that was given to us by the state itself. And so you know, SPV was formed where there's an ownership of the power plant by the federal government, the state government, and also the Kombotso local government, which the plant will be situated in, with 80%, 15% and 5% ownership, respectively. Obviously, a lot of development work has started on that with regards to all our sort of technical studies, our ESA studies, etc. All of that has been completed. We're sort of in the process of getting all the necessary licensing that is required for that. And we're looking to start construction early next year. And by Q4 2021, we pray to be fully operational. And that would have been a lot sooner, actually, if the world hadn't sort of come to a complete halt due to the pandemic. But we are, you know, back on track. A lot of internal processes ongoing in terms of procuring our EPC and O&M contractors, etc. So we're definitely looking forward to that. And upon completion, actually, that will, believe it or not, be the largest solar plant in Nigeria. So we're definitely looking forward to that. And you were asking about the state government.
Like, what was the interface between the Federal Ministry of Power and the state government in this project?
Sure. So both of them from inception have been extremely supportive of the project. We've kind of benefited from the Nigerian Energy Support Program, NESP, which is an initiative run by the GIZ with an oversight from the Federal Ministry of Power. So they've given us a lot of support, especially with the technical aspects of the project. And then with regards to NERC, the regulators, like I said, very supportive as well. Although the application for our licensing, etc., is still ongoing, the process has been very seamless. We haven't had any issues. So yeah, definitely support from both agencies so far.
And so I guess just then one more question, because you mentioned this will be the largest solar farm in Nigeria. Previously, it was the solar farm at Adebayero University in Kano, which was the largest. So why is there must be something that the Kano state government is doing right to attract the federal government to put these projects there? What is it? What is it that they have there that's attracting these scale of projects to come to Kano?
I mean, my obvious guess would be that Kano is seen as the Lagos of the North. It's the center of commerce, a lot of businesses, a lot of industrial clusters, and I think they just were really sort of thinking outside of the box in terms of getting power to the people, getting power to the businesses. So that would be my guess as to why Kano in particular.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much, Aisha. So we'll come back to you for a second round of questions in a little bit. But I wanted to now go back to the Honorable Commissioner. Is he back on the call now? Okay, doesn't seem so. Any update from Business Day on? Okay, so he's not yet on. Okay, so just keep us updated on when he's back, because he was in the middle of providing some very, very important detail that I think we would all like to hear. So just keep trying, and hopefully he'll be able to get back on quite soon. So let's move now to Joel and with Connexa. So you've been with Connexa, with that company, you've been working closely with discos and state governments, primarily, I believe, Kaduna and Kano, perhaps more by now. Can you please describe the Connexa approach, and then how supportive has the federal government been with this work?
Thank you, everyone. So yes, with Connexa, we've been reaching out to a number of different distribution companies. As a summary, Connexa was founded really and incubated by the Shell Foundation, and they had seen early on that the off-grid enterprises were incredibly dynamic, had been making use of cutting-edge technology, and had a more liberalized regulatory environment, but somehow were all struggling with bringing down their cost of capital and scaling. And so what was formed there, together with industry capital, was a different hypothesis that was being tested together with MIT and an advisory group that included the Tata Group as well, to say that actually there's a real case for an integrated distribution network. And what we mean by that is to really take advantage of the growing liberalization of regulation, to have a strategy which sees us serving all customers, be them a multinational who could be spending upwards of 10 billion naira a year in energy sales, all the way down to a peri-urban customer who could be purchasing electricity of 1,000 or 2,000 naira per month or below. And the idea was to identify the bottlenecks that have really manifested and quite clearly in the Nigerian sector. So for example, you have a booming diesel generation industry in Nigeria. It's very high costs of energy and capital intensive. And it is, I would say, the key supplier of energy in Nigeria, more so than the national grid. And then at the national grid level, you have huge sensitivity to the tariff, which is of course lower than diesel. And you have a big energy supply gap. But somehow the formula was broken. And so what we came with to Nigeria specifically to test, and our first test case is in Kaduna State with the Kaduna electricity distribution company, is to say, let's take a smaller batch. The privatization of the 11 discos was an immense undertaking with huge exposure to the entire population. So we said, let's take a smaller batch of customers and let's have the following principles that we ensure when we deliver: that we understand our customers, we're able to supply fully and wholly the entire gamut of customers. Like I said, everything from an off-grid customer who hasn't quite had justification to be connected to the national grid, all the way to a multinational that typically has its own energy supply. Let's look at all of their energy needs, and let's then try and re-centralize and reintegrate those customers into one sort of mini grid network. And this was born, I would say, in 2017, and grew as a principle in Nigeria from 2018 onwards. We were very involved in studying and learning the great work that was coming out of the regulator at the time, be it from the eligible customer regulation, and be it from the franchise regulation that was emerging. And we saw our vision aligning with policy within the federal government more broadly. And effectively, the Connexa model in a successful form will be able to serve all customers and establish a cost-reflective tariff that will not only heavily undercut diesel, but should also, in its most advanced form, be able to perhaps even undercut the MITRE regulated tariff in country as well.
Okay, so so thanks for the background. So then, why did you pick Kaduna and I believe Kano also as your second focus? And what has been the interface with both the state governments and then also the federal government?
Okay, so of course, when it comes to picking the right locations, we ultimately have no bias geographically as to where we would operate. I think the importance for us was getting the balance right of customers. So we had to ensure that we had large industrial type customers in proximity, as well as residential customers in proximity, in order to test the ability to serve all customers under this new network approach. But beyond that, the relationships with Kano and Kaduna were really based on a more detailed set of interviews and meetings that we held with many of the distribution companies. The Connexa model naturally was very attractive to Kano and Kaduna because they both hold some of the largest peri-urban customer bases in the country. And for them, the issues of integrating all customers onto the grid was perhaps more acute, or the most extreme in its acuteness in those specific jurisdictions. But effectively, that was the basis on which we established the relationship and then decided to do our groundwork. But we are actually able to operate such franchises in any market, and we're effectively now working in 3 or 4 other states at a very early development phase to look at rollout and scale up.
All right. Okay. Fantastic. So I believe the Honorable Commissioner is back on. Can you hear us now? Honorable Commissioner, can you hear me? Oh, fantastic. Yes, that sounds much better. So you cut off when you had been talking about the federal agencies that you collaborate with as a state level energy commissioner. So if you can continue from that. And then the second part of the question was, how free are you to innovate at the state level?
All right, so I started to describe the relationships with the
Honorable Commissioner, you're off again. Can others hear him or not? I cannot hear him.
We can't hear him.
5,000 megawatts of
oh, there we go.
Out of that 5,000 megawatts of installed capacity, they're only able to evacuate about 600, leaving them with generating capacity of about 3,400 because about 1,000 is still not ready. 3,400 that they're able to send out, but have no means of either because there's a transmission shortfall or there's an inability for the discos to take the power. So we're working with them on identifying areas within Lagos where they can take the power, and also identifying which areas they then need to install new infrastructure. We're giving them rights of way as they need them to, and we're working with them on identifying those customers. So with the rest of them, with NEMSA, we're collaborating with them on in other areas where we're trying to do some innovation. You asked where the state can participate. The state can regulate electricity, as you know, or can legislate on electricity, as you know. It's allowed to by the Nigerian Constitution. In 2018, Lagos State did pass a law to improve electricity in Lagos. We're currently reviewing that law with a view to updating it and passing a new law. What we're trying to achieve is an inclusion of renewables, as well as focusing on energy efficiency and also encouraging participation in the electricity sector from the private sector as to mobilize funding. If you look at what we've done recently, a couple of months ago, we announced a meter hackathon. This was born out of our engagement in the sector, where we identified a shortfall of meters. In Lagos, for example, about 60% of the customers that are connected to the grid do not have meters. For the discos, this has proven to be a revenue leakage area, meaning there's specific areas where they would rather not send electricity to, even though they do, but their collections from those areas are so low that if they had their way, they'd rather not. Now, for the discos to invest in metering for everyone, we all know that that's almost impossible because they cannot mobilize the funding. The MAP system has come in and the MAP system has tried to help, but we've seen the price levels that the MAP systems have come in. So what we tried to do was to get young Nigerians to come and try and innovate, design new meters made in Nigeria that can then be introduced into the sector to ensure that we're able to capture all of the revenue that we need from there. What the discos have also expressed the frustration with commercial losses. For example, if I have 10 customers in an area and only 3 of them are metered, the other 7, we would have to give them estimated bills. Now, what if there were another 5 customers that I didn't realize were customers of the disco? The 7 that are unmetered would have to share their bills. However, if we metered all 7 customers that we know of, then we would know that there were leakages, and then we would think that the 7 customers we're estimating are simply unwilling to pay their bill. So it's to bring everybody into equity is what we're trying to do. And the governor has directed that we try and work with the discos to meter everyone in Lagos over the next 4 years. So that's what we're focusing on. We're working with meter producers to see how we can bring them in Lagos and perhaps even potentially underwrite them to ensure that everyone in Lagos is metered. So in terms of what we're able to do as state government, we're able to participate on the enforcement side. We can actually even make laws goes out of the federal grid, but we're out of the federal regulatory oversight. But we're not doing that yet. We think it's better for us to collaborate with as it exists today, rather than start may then delay the implementation of the initiatives that we want. So, in terms of working with the federal agencies, we're working very well with them. In terms of to legislate, we recognize that we will get us just guard that ability, and we'll continue to legislate in a way to ensure that we can get electricity to Lagos. We're also working with international agencies, by the way. We're working with the USAID to develop an integrated energy and resource plan for Lagos that's going to look at short-term, medium-term, and long-term interventions that will ensure we have 24-hour supply in Lagos. We're working with Rural Electrification Agency as well. COVID highlighted a gap in the health sector, right? We realized that we had focused on trying to fix the network, but we're not looking specifically at intervention areas that are necessary. So we've, on our own, invested in expanding distribution to the hospitals to make sure that the electricity supplies there are more reliable. We identified 23 general hospitals in Lagos, and we've started a process of improving or strengthening the network to them. So we're trying to ensure that we capture or that we identify all the gaps. Schools are also another gap that we've identified. We've got solar systems installed in about 190 schools, and we're looking at the balance of the schools to see what the most cost-effective way of getting electricity to them are. So when we take care of the education and the healthcare sectors, which we think are the critical areas, we'll then start to look at the others. But as far as Lagos State is concerned, we think we're on a good path, right? And we'll continue to ensure that we invest where we need to ensure that everyone in Lagos has come.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. So just a quick follow-up question. So is there a lot of interaction between energy commissioners across at least maybe the Southwest region or all of Nigeria? I mean, do you engage with your colleagues across the country and sort of share notes, compare notes, talk about innovations, how you guys, can collectively or individually improve power delivery in your states? Does that happen? Honorable Commissioner, could you hear the question? Okay, he seems to have gone off again. Business Day, can you try and get him back on, please? So in the meantime, we'll move on to Habib. So Habib, you're involved in a wide variety of gas to power projects around Nigeria. I mean, the ones I know of are in Lagos, Ogun, and Abia states. For starters, there may be more. Can you tell us what has been the role of the state governments to make these projects succeed? And then who manages the interface between federal and state with your projects? Is it your company? Is it the state, or is it the state government or your company? So who's managing that interface? So if you could respond to those questions, please.
All right, thank you, Dr. Weber. Broadly speaking, I think the key role that the state governments have played in terms of developing the various IP we have across the states you've mentioned is in revenue assurance. As you know, the primary consideration for any financier for these types of projects is contractual offtake and assured means of repayment. So to that extent, having the state government beyond providing the enabling environment, contracting to offtake power, acting as some sort of anchor tenant is crucial. Of course, naturally, there are all sorts of permits and licensing requirements for projects of this nature. So to that extent, you require their support. Depending on the size of your project, you would need your EIA certificates. As such, you would have to liaise with various ministries and MDAs at both state and federal levels. For the most part, we manage these activities ourselves at Viatan and across the other projects that you mentioned, e.g. The project in Abia State that you mentioned. It's literally one of those things that are anchored by you as a developer. Of course, in a place like Abia, speaking to the different roles the state governments play, it was crucial for the state government to actually provide access to the development sites, and by making sure the requisite infrastructure is in place. That was very necessary, and that made a difference, given that there wasn't pipeline infrastructure at the time in a state like Abia. So providing the roads or the road network to facilitate that was crucial. In Lagos, I mean, one cannot overemphasize the contractual offtake, the facilitation of the permits and the licensing, and the general support in identifying the load centers and participating in the enumeration of the different communities where that were to be reticulated under the various development initiatives. In Ogun State, there's been more effort and emphasis by the state to sort of also to equally embark on metering as is being done in Lagos. They had in the last 2 years embarked on ensuring that government parastatals and agencies were adequately metered ahead of getting our IPP in place. So I would say, I mean, the state has a huge role in ensuring that the enabling environment is rife and ripe for such investments and providing the necessary revenue assurance again.
Okay, so thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner, are you back on again?
I am.
Okay, good. So I was asking you a question. I'm not sure if you heard it, but the question was, is there ongoing collaboration and dialogue between all of the energy commissioners, either maybe in the Southwest or across the nation, where you kind of compare notes and sort of help each other with ideas and innovations to improve power delivery? Is that ongoing?
Right. So I think there are 3 states in Nigeria that have energy ministries. But what has happened so far is there's a Nigerian Governors Forum platform,
okay,
right, where the states get together to determine what they want to do. And one of the all right, I'm back. Okay, so and what that platform did was to create a group that was going to review the energy sector in Nigeria. And a number of state governors did say I was vice chairman of the committee in charge of looking at the energy sector in Nigeria and any modifications that had to be done or any recommendations for that energy sector. We did submit the report, and I believe that the state governors have taken it on board, and the different states are trying to implement those recommendations. We also made those recommendations to the Vice President, the National Economic Council meeting, where he's then again taking that on board and he's trying to drive the recommendations under his portfolio, because now I believe he's looking at the electricity sector as of and doing the review. So yes, in that wise, the state governments are working together, but not as an interministerial, if you will, across state body, but at the Nigerian government.
Okay, interesting. So and then also, are you seeing other states? Are there particular states that you've been seeing that are sort of coming to you in Lagos and saying, okay, I like what you're doing. What do you advise we do in our states? I mean, is your drive for innovation and private sector engagement and so on, percolating down to other states?
Yes, it is. For example, Oyo State started there and they published papers a couple of weeks ago. So yes, we are seeing the states looking at what Lagos is doing and trying to emulate it. We think, because again, we have a law that's been passed. We're looking at reviewing that law to make it more specific.
Okay. So, Honorable Commissioner, you're cutting off again. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Okay. So you talked about you have a law and then it cut off. So you were saying you're taking another look at the law, then we didn't hear anything after that.
Yes, we are taking another look at the law to try to do was to encourage generation in Lagos. What we've looked at now is that it's not the generation so much, it's really the cash register. The cash register in the sector is really where the meters are, where you're able to enforce or to assure payments and also remove linkages. I believe if we can do more of that and reduce significantly, we'll then be in a position to talk lower tariffs. And one of the flashpoints is
okay.
Is wondering why we show this.
Okay, it's very hard to hear, but I think we got the gist. So I'm gonna move on to the next panelist. So, and before I do that, just to remind the audience that you can join the conversation and ask questions via slido.com and using the event code hashtag BDES. So keep the questions coming. There was a question that came through, but I believe that the Honorable Commissioner already answered that in the course of answering the other questions. So we'll just continue. So Aisha, with the progress made on the solar project in Kano, are other states coming forward to seek similar partnerships with the NSIA? And then as a second part of that, if someone in a state energy commissioner or commissioner is listening, what do state governments need to do to fit into the NSIA's future solar investment plans? Do they have to prepare a project and sort of submit it and bid on it? Or, I mean, have you just submit it and present it to you, or are there other steps that they have to take to get ready?
With regards to other states, thus far we haven't had much interest towards the solar program yet. And understandably so. I think we've had a lot more interest from like local and international developers. But I think by the time we start construction early next year, and also I think by the time we are fully operational or even before that, I think the project will definitely serve as a motivation for other states to also kind of consider developing more straight-driven power generation such as this one. And you know, at the NSIA, we're actually somewhat treating this project as a pilot project. So what part of our renewables energy platform that we're currently developing is that we intend to deploy about 500 megawatts of renewable energy capacity on incremental basis of such similar projects sort of across the country. And so this project at Kano is just the first tranche of this sort of larger, more ambitious program. With regards to what states need to do, I mean, obviously, Kano states have been very supportive. As I mentioned earlier on, they actually gave us the 24-hectare parcel of land, which we're building our plant on. So I think it's the kind of help that we would, or collaboration we would need from other states as we move forward with our program is not so much in terms of them, you know, bringing their projects, we're welcome to that. And typically solar projects tend to finance themselves. It will be more sort of assistance in, you know, providing land and, you know, identifying the land, sourcing the provisions for all the sites, you know, things like that we don't have to deal with any land ownership disputes, sort of, you know, proximity to injection substations. And then also just, you know, just acquiring land, being straightforward, helping us with any sort of local and compensation issues. And also, aside from the broader, you know, approvals and licensings that we would get from, you know, NERC, et cetera, there are some state approvals that we'll need to get. So I think working with the states to getting those very easily would definitely go a long way. So I think what states need to do is just, you know, just commitment, unwavering commitment and excitement towards the project goes a long way. And as long as you have these things, everything else is almost plug and play. So I think that is the most important things that we would need right now, I think, from the states. And like I said, as we move forward with this project, we'll definitely get a lot more interest from other states as well.
Okay, so thank you very much. I've just gotten a message. I believe the Honorable Commissioner has to drop off now. So thank you very much for taking time. It's great the leadership that you're providing to the sector and the example that you're setting in Lagos of how to collaborate with the private sector, how to get, you know, innovation to happen, and how to kind of drive an agenda to close the energy access gap. And from what we heard, we're glad to hear that you're engaging with other states, that they're learning from you, and that we are hoping then that we'll see this kind of innovation elsewhere in the country. So thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner, for your time.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
All right, good. Now, so back. Thank you very much. Okay, so back to Aisha. We have a question from the audience. The question is the NSIA kind of bundling the solar investment in Kano with sort of a strategic investments maybe in manufacturing capacity and agriculture, sort of in the same proximity? Is that kind of strategic approach happening?
Well, so with this one in Kano, it is a bit in terms of where the plant is very strategic. It's in Chalawa area of Kombotso local government. And there's an industrial cluster very close by that are very excited. Obviously, it will, you know, having the solar plant sort of augment the power availability will definitely increase in their you know, economic activities, which is good for the states because it also means, you know, increased tax returns etc. So I think, and then moving forward, obviously with our platform, these are the kinds of things that would matter, you know, like you said, whether it's agriculture or other similar industrial clusters or, you know, huge institutions and factories, etc. So yeah, we are quite strategic in where these plants are.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move on to Joel. So Joel, how has the interface between Connexa and state and federal authorities evolved over the years? That's the first part of the question. You know, 2 years ago or so, you know, you came into the country, no one had heard of this before. Now you're, you know, fully operational in Kaduna. So obviously you've made some really big strides. And then what do, especially if if other representatives from other state governments are here listening, what do state governments need to put in place to attract Connexa to come in and continue to roll out the Connexa model in their states? What do you need to see in a state to give you confidence that that's the place that you'd be able to work in?
Thanks. So I'll start with you know, I think a common point, which is the role of the state government is I believe essential. And what we've seen over the last few years is greater ownership from state governments of the power issue. For a long time, the power issue was being pushed up to the federal level. So, you know, the references were to NEPA and references were to PHCN and the unblocking of power as being some broader initiative. And I think we've seen more and more ownership from state government, and in particular, where we've been focusing our attention today in Kaduna State, you know, serious commitments to sort of weekly progress reports on addressing the power gap coming specifically from the state itself. And I think it's also interesting to see the March report from the NEC that was issued, where you actually saw more analysis being done as to who actually owns the distribution companies in Nigeria. We talk about it as federal government, but actually state government has a stake. So it's not only got a stake as the representative of the electorate that it is in power on behalf of, but it's also got a physical shareholding in the distribution companies. And we've seen that ownership grow and get stronger. And we believe that strengthening of ownership is a very positive step. And some of the ways we think that it can further develop, I'll mention a few. One, I think there is an ongoing question of the extent to which there should be regional pairing of generation to consumers. And if there ever will be, it will be you know, at the state level. So I think looking at the overall generation plan and the generation gap, not just at a federal level, but at a state level, is something that is a growing trend. There is also the support, as I mentioned, of the state being a shareholder in the distribution companies, because the distribution companies have underlying performance agreements that they need to meet minimum standards of supply in terms of losses and commercial losses and technical losses in their network. Then, of course, there is a huge growth of off-taker support. You know, if you look at a state that has, say, 4 million customers, typically there are about 50 customers, 4 million in population and maybe 500,000 customers. Typically, there are 50 customers that represent the vast majority of the revenues attributable to that state. But what's happening is that those major consumers are not consuming from the grid. They're consuming from their captive solutions, be it diesel and gas. And onboarding those 50 into a network assists us significantly. Today, with those 50 customers not being onboarded into the grid, what happens is the pressure on the tariff sits with the lower consuming customer base. So you'd have 500,000 or 499,950 customers with all the pressure on tariff. And then the other 50 are now using diesel and gas and actually not contributing to the volume requirements of that specific area. So states can support us to centralize those industrial customers into the grid. And also with the growth of industrial zones, allow for more and more industry to develop, which is a win-win, I think, as Aisha had mentioned earlier, where you're not only enabling jobs and growth of the general economy, but you're also strengthening the robustness of the grid.
All right, thank you very much, Joel. So let's move on to Habib. So you did mention a bit earlier in your earlier answer, but let's just more specifically, what do you need to see from a state government before your company will invest and execute projects in the state? And then do you find that state energy commissioners where you're working and places where you're starting to talk to for future work, that they are becoming more open to private investment and collaboration and power?
Yeah, and I'll start with the lots of questions. So yes, it's evident that most of the state governments are more open to private investment. I mean, Lagos has been doing this for north of 10 years now. Open State the last 4 or 5 years came into market, but there's traction in other southwestern states and up north as well. There's all sorts going on. So there's a clearer understanding of these models. As a matter of fact, I mean, what we've observed is that the model is evolving more recently than ever. And the interesting thing is, it's clear that there's got to be a need to sort of merge that evolution with spinning reserve for the grid to sort of reinforce the notion of energy security across board. So there are thoughts and all sorts of conversations going on around that. We've seen in the case of Lagos State an effort to institute their own sort of law towards embedded generation broadly. So that's certainly happening. For investment, again, it's straightforward. It's important to have revenue assurance. It's important for the state to have a good track of sanctity of contracts. That's very crucial. And the notion of government being continuum is key. Access to infrastructure, a crucial understanding of the entire ecosystem and value chain is important. We think that there should be some effort to across the state, and I think Joel alluded to something along those lines, which is in bringing in sort of gearing towards more of a good load density and making sure people that are off grid can find their ways to actually still achieve that reliability that they require, as well as find ways of lowering their costs. So it's to achieve that, there needs to be some concerted effort in ensuring that there's data that's widely available in the design and development of these various solutions. And we think that the state has a central role in bringing all the different stakeholders together. First off, ensuring that you have the requisite design data, bringing together all the relevant stakeholders, particularly the DISCOs, the regulators, and off-grid services providers such as ourselves. And I think that really starts to move the needle.
Okay, so thank you. So we're close to running out of time, but we have another question. The question is basically saying that, it's saying that solar cannot always, provide the load needed, or can provide the power needed for a large industrial load. That's actually incorrect. It's just that you need to have enough solar. So as you heard from Aisha, I mean, it's 20 acres or 20 hectares of land needed. So it's more that in places that are highly industrialized and maybe highly dense, it's going to be hard to find enough space to put the solar. And so there would be a need to have some kind of hybrid with gas and solar. So Aisha or Habib, I guess, and even Joel, have you seen projects that either NSIA is looking at, or maybe Habib, your company, or even Connexa, where that kind of hybrid approach with both gas and and solar is being considered and being put in place. So Aisha, let's start with you. Maybe you've seen something like that at the NSIA?
Not yet at the NSIA, but and like I mentioned earlier, I guess the whole point is it will augment the already existing power supply. So it's almost getting like an additional supply to whatever is coming from the grid to these industrial areas. So it's not just, they're not just relying only on that plant. I mean, solar works with sunlight. So obviously there's downtime, right? Especially if you're not, if you don't have any backup battery with your plant. And there's times where there's cloud coverage, or in the rainy season, not necessarily as much. But it's at the time that it's at its optimum, it's supposed to just augment what is already existing. So it's not either or. There are other sources as well. And yes, there are opportunities for hybrid where the solar is down and then you have the hydro running, etc. So with the NSIA, we haven't had that yet, but I know definitely as we develop our platform further, there will be opportunities to do such.
Okay, thank you very much. So Habib, do you have a quick answer to that? We're very short on time.
So yes, for us, we're looking to intricately balance the development framework for these types of projects that you mentioned with the business case. So one of the things that we're looking at very closely is within our Lekki power plant. We have it's located right on the coast, along the lagoon, and what we've conceptualized is effectively a floating solar hybrid. Currently, our configuration is such that we have gas-powered diesel engines. We have gas-fired engines as well as diesel-fired engines. And as you know, the cost of running the diesel is significantly expensive. And it's our long-run objective, or should I say medium-term objective, to sort of phase out the diesel solutions and overall reduce the levelized cost of energy across our offering. So one of the things that we're looking at very closely to sort of balance the development framework is to deepen that partnership that we have with a disco like ECO. Once we're able to get that sort of significant offtake and we can scale, then it starts to make good business sense to make that investment in the floating solar. And what we're looking at in the next 24 months or so or less is to start with a 2 megawatt or 1 megawatt proposition.
Excellent. And I believe the CEO of Eco Disco is actually on the call. So hopefully he heard that. So listen, we have to round up now. So I'm going to end with each of the three panelists that are left. I wish the Honorable Commissioner was still on, but we'll ask you this one. And keep in mind that this is business day. So for all you know, this could be the headline for the paper tomorrow. So if there was one power regulation that you recommend states should be able to set and monitor rather than the federal government, what would it be? So let's go with Aisha first.
This might be a little bit controversial, but actually I think what we don't need is more regulations. I find that they've kind of sometimes too many regulations in place can be quite inhibitive. I think the best thing is probably have a purely market-driven sector, in that, this kind of guarantees fairness, it guarantees competition, it reduces a lot of bottlenecks, etc. And also, I think rather than more regulations, what we should really be asking ourselves in a sector that's in distress is probably, what do we need to do to secure investments to, let's say, build a 2,000 megawatt solar plants, they have done recently in Morocco. All the resources they used for that, we have here in abundance. And, also things like, what do we need to do to secure sort of global, sort of very credible private investors that will come in and, modernize the electricity work, etc. So I think that for me, those are more important than more and more regulations. I mean, we could do with maybe regulations more when it comes to things like energy theft, which we have a lot of problem with, or, issues with right of way and, having to, pay the state government or federal government if you're using their road network, etc. So maybe along those lines, but I think less regulation, more attracting investments.
All right, so Business Day, the headline tomorrow is Aisha from NSIA says, less regulation and be more commercially focused. So that's the headline. But let's go to Joel. What would your answer be to this? What's the power regulation that states should be able to set and monitor? What would it be?
I quite agree that we should be in a regulation liberalization phase now, and I think that's already been the trend. But perhaps to further liberalize the tariff and allow the state, some form of state level regulation of liberalized tariff, so that you can establish a strong link between the state government and the consumer at the state level, but to then follow that up to ensure that theft and vandalism become reduced in significance. At the moment, we see the rates of theft and vandalism being far too high in many of the locations we operate in.
All right, thank you, Joel. So Habib, what about you?
Well, I would have to echo the same sentiments as both Aisha and Joel. We don't need that much more regulation. I think we have just enough as it is. However will be crucial is there's need to sort of galvanize the ecosystem. It's crucial. We all know that there's significant stranded generation capacity in the country. So if there were anything that needed monitoring, is to ensure that, it makes no sense to have stranded capacity where people don't have electricity. So it's to monitor that and ensure that there's an efficient system and structure in place that facilitates the dispatch of that stranded capacity. And I think the way to do so is to deepen collaboration and to sort of build and reinforce the ecosystem. I would say that's what the state needs to do rather than introduce more regulation.
All right, thank you very much all. So I hope Business Day got their headline. And again, thanks everyone for being on the panel. This was a fantastic panel. It's not something that we actually discuss enough, how the state governments are now kind of taking ownership in this. But what we heard today was, Aisha from the federal government level, the Honorable Commissioner at the state level, and then two very important players and innovative players in the private sector with their views on what is happening at the state level to really close the energy access gap in Nigeria. So thank you for the great dialogue, the great discourse. Thanks for the great questions from the audience. I think we've learned a lot today. I do hope that other states, people hear from other states, either representing them or from, that you're indigenous to the other states in Nigeria, that what you've learned today, please bring it home, encourage your state energy commissioners and state leaders to start thinking in this way, sort of attracting investment and closing the energy gap from the state level. Our energy access gap in Nigeria is just too big and we need everybody on board. So it's very exciting that states are doing this, and we hope that this will continue to close the gap in a meaningful way so that, within the next few years, all of Nigerians will be able to turn on the lights. So thank you very much. And thank you to Business Day for this great opportunity and for putting this all together. And over to you for the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Weber. I thought that was one of our most interesting panels that we've had so far. Thank you very much. A lot to learn, a lot that we heard today, and a lot for us to take forward, as Nigeria is 16. We are going into the last panel session for today, which again is an interesting session, for helping us basically go all the way, take steps to going forward and taking Nigeria's power sector forward. We will have a scene setting presentation by Mohammed Wakil. Mohammed Wakil is an energy specialist based in Abuja, working with the World Bank teams, covering Africa and the Middle East. His work in Nigeria involves being a team member, a lead for ongoing projects, which include the Nigeria Electrification Project, the Nigeria Electricity Transmission Project, the PSRO, which is the Power Sector Recovery Operation, and the Distribution Sector Recovery Program. He's also working on World Bank funded projects for the West Africa Power Pool, which also involved Nigeria. He previously worked in the power team of the Nigeria Infrastructure Advisory Facility, NIAF, and the Market Competition Rates team of NERC. Please welcome Mohammed Wakil. After his scene-setting presentation, I will introduce the moderator who will take the last panel session forward. Thank you. Mohammed Wakil, are you here?
Yes, I am, Dolapo. Good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction. If you don't mind, I'll switch off my video and share my screen.
Okay, but your volume just needs to be a little louder, please.
All right, is this better? All right, Dolapo, can I start? Please confirm that you can hear me because I can't see.
Yes, we can see your screen. Yes, and we can hear you. Just speak a little louder, please.
All right, thank you, everyone. My name is Mohammed Wakil. I've been given the topic to present today. The topic is Nigeria Power Sector Performance Update, Moving the Market to Viability. So how I will organize this presentation is that I will first of all discuss the current status of market viability and talk about the ongoing initiatives, some of the ongoing initiatives aimed at addressing this, and then outline some of the actions that need to be taken in the short to medium term. And so starting off, here I would like us to all be on the same page regarding what is the viability gap in the power sector. Looking at the graph on the top left, we have the cost reflective tariffs over the last few years compared to the so-called allowed tariffs. As we can see, there's been a gap in what is allowed versus what is the actual cost of electricity. And this has translated into a so-called tariff shortfall of relatively literally billions of naira, which we can see in the graph on the bottom left. It's been rising since 2015. These are the red bars, rising up to 524 billion naira in 2019. And this is projected to be even higher in 2020. So this represents the tariff shortfalls because the government has been in control of the tariffs from policy and regulation. And so government is responsible for paying this tariff shortfall. One of the ways in which government has been addressing this is through borrowing from the central bank. There's the payment assurance facility of 1.3 trillion naira that has been in place. And also, it's clear that this is not sustainable. Government has many other responsibilities, and paying for the consumption of electricity is simply not a high priority. Another thing that is important in this regard is that the accounting of these tariff shortfalls is still incorrect. The tariff shortfalls sit on the books of the discos, whereas it needs to be on the books of a government agency since it is government responsibility. One thing I would like us to all consider is this idea that funding of tariff shortfalls, which is another way of describing electricity subsidies, this is meant to be focused on helping the poor, but in Nigeria, that is not the case. If we look at the graph on the bottom left, we see that the majority of connections to the grid are with the rich or relatively rich, and the consumption of electricity, which is in the bottom right, it's seen that the richest 20% consume almost 60% of all the power that's generated, and therefore they benefit from 60% of the subsidy. And if we look at what's happening at the poorest end of consumption, it's very little. And so the myth that electricity subsidies help the poor is clearly broken here. And there is really no justification for funding consumption of the rich. When we look at the amount the government has been spending on this, this year, the electricity subsidy is projected to be up to 535 billion naira. If you compare that with the budget of the federal budget for health, 428 billion, and the education budget of 650 billion, you can see that we may simply have our priorities mixed up. Again, on this next slide, I want to compare, first of all, the cost of grid power to off-grid power. This has been mentioned in previous panels. On the grid, as of 31st August 2020, most residential customers were paying up to 32 naira per kilowatt hour. However, many grid operators were charging much higher than 100 naira per kilowatt hour, and these are in rural areas, and the rural customers have been paying. So this idea that electricity tariffs for grid customers cannot rise or should not rise is a little bit weak. Also, it's important to compare Nigeria to other African countries. The graph here shows the cost-reflective tariffs across the continent. Nigeria happens to be towards the lowest end of the spectrum. And what this is showing is actually the cost-reflective tariffs, not what we're actually being charged now. And so even if we are charged the full cost of electricity, we'll be paying much less than the rest of the continent due to the advantage we have with relatively cheap gas and hydro electricity in abundance. And so, again, this weakens the argument for continued subsidization. I would like to now describe the Power Sector Recovery Program as being the guiding document for the sector in addressing the viability issues. So the PSRP was approved by the Federal Executive Council in March 2017, and it outlines the areas and issues that need to be addressed in order to attain financial viability in the power sector. What we have here is an illustration of the PSRP summarizing the main focuses and showing them as pieces to a puzzle. Starting on the top right, PSRP focuses on policy and regulatory environment. That's looking at the orange box here. There has been inconsistent policy and implementation of tariff regulation. And also you find that the market contracts are not being enforced. These are things that need to be addressed in this box. Moving clockwise to the green box, we have sustainable fiscal support as another priority. Government is spending an average of $1.5 billion per year for funding electricity subsidies for the rich mainly. And so this is something that needs to be transitioned out of very quickly. Moving again to the black box, we have infrastructure. Since privatization, the tariff allows the discos to invest up to 56 billion naira a year in their infrastructure investment, and this is clearly not enough. But even at this level, the investments have not been coming in, and so it's an urgent priority is to inject a large amount of investment into infrastructure, mostly at the distribution and transmission level. And then again, clockwise to the blue box, we have operational efficiency as another theme. This again focuses mainly at the distribution end, the efficiency levels are very high. The inefficiency levels represented by ATC and C losses are quite high. They are over 40%. On average, we haven't seen an improvement across the sector since privatization. And so this needs to be prioritized with regulation really setting the stage for this improvement. So here, I just want to give an example of how the World Bank has been helping in implementing some of the goals of the PSRP. We have two projects here being presented as examples. On the right, we have the Power Sector Recovery Operation. This is a $750 million project that was approved in June 2020. It aims to address three areas, as you can see by the colors: operational efficiency, policy and regulatory environment, as well as sustainable fiscal support. On the left, we have the Distribution Sector Recovery Program, which aims to address operational efficiency and infrastructure. This is a $500 million project, which is currently under preparation and should be in place by December 2020. So these are both performance-based projects, which allow either the government or the DISCOs, respectively, to conduct certain actions, which they have outlined as being important, and disbursement happens upon performance of those actions, and it's therefore incentivizing different aspects of the PSRP. So next, I'd like to talk about moving the sector towards viability. What are the things that we need to see in the next few years in the short to medium term in order to achieve viability? So the first area is policy and regulatory stability. There needs to be consistent and predictable implementation of tariff regulation. MITO is supposed to be reviewed semi-annually, and this needs to be done in a predictable fashion, perhaps automating it or semi-automating it in the way that fuel prices are now being done. Every month, the fuel prices are updated, and it works. Following the removal of subsidies. As we all know, there's been a suspension of the tariff since Monday this week for 2 weeks. That is also not sending a positive signal to investors and existing operators. There's also a need to move beyond the performance trajectories that were in the performance agreements of 2013. So the DISCOs submitted bids of how quickly they could reduce ATC and C losses. With the benefit of hindsight, these trajectories were unrealistic and unachievable. None of them have been achieved so far. So there's a need to establish a clean slate by sitting down between the DISCOs and the government and agreeing on new achievable performance improvements, and have this incorporated into the tariffs. Another key issue is, or related issue, is the fact that there hasn't been a major review of the MITO, the multi-year tariff order, since 2012, before the privatization. It's supposed to happen every 5 years, and so it's important that this happens very quickly so that we reconsider and agree on a new basis for the different costs that should be reflected in our tariffs. The third element here is there's a need to conduct integrated resource planning for the entire sector. At the moment, there is considerable misalignment where we have installed generation capacity of over 12,000 megawatts, transmission capacity of about 7,000 megawatts, and distribution delivery of distribution at about 5,000 megawatts. Correcting this alignment and incentivizing investment in the correct areas is very important to ensure that there's improved delivery of energy to customers across the country. The second topic here, or area of intervention, is there needs to be a realignment of and enforcement of market contracts. So the little diagram here shows us what the electricity market contracts look like. We have NBET in the middle, signing PPAs with GENCOs and vesting contracts with the DISCOs. There is no direct contractual relationship between the DISCOs and the GENCOs, and there's really no direct alignment between the two sides of these contractual arrangements. GENCOs have committed to supply a specific amount of power, but DISCOs have only committed to take an unspecified amount of generation, denoted as a percentage of whatever is generated. This is very problematic because Abuja DISCO, for example, has been committed to taking 11% of whatever is generated. That could be 11% of 5,000 megawatts or 11% of 50,000 megawatts. And Abuja cannot deliver 11% of 50,000 megawatts. And so the vesting contracts need to be adjusted to have megawatts specified rather than just percentages of an unknown figure. The contracts should also be bottom up rather than top down or centered around NBET. DISCOs should specify the amount of electricity demand that exists in their service areas. This should be reflected in the vesting contracts. NBET should then reflect this as well in the PPAs. Once these contracts are revised, there will be better alignment of interests, risks, and priorities between the GENCOs and the DISCOs. At the moment, GENCOs and DISCOs do not feel like they're in the same game. They do not sympathize with each other. Each one just deals with NBET whenever they have a complaint. There should be synergy across the value chain, and this is going to enable contract enforcement as well as to encourage perhaps GENCOs to invest in DISCOs to ensure that all this installed capacity can actually be delivered. The final area I'd like to discuss is the funding of distribution investments. We've already established that commercially viable distribution capacity is much less than transmission and generation. Investment is needed to correct this, and only 37% of expected capital expenditure has been funded since privatization. There's been very little commercial lending to the DISCOs due to the perceived risks of the distribution business. The DISCOs have submitted performance improvement plans to the regulator, and they've identified over $2 billion of investment needs over the next 5 years. So it's NERC's duty to approve these PIPs, but once that is done, the PIPs need to be funded. Here there's a role for government. Government needs to provide seed funding through concessionary loans to fill in this initial investment gap and create a space for private sector to come in. At the moment, there are discussions for the Presidential Power Initiative involving Siemens, as well as DISREP involving World Bank and the African Development Bank. Once these initiatives take off and help the DISCOs to create a track record of borrowing and performance improvement, the private sector will then have to step in to fund the remaining investment needs and support the DISCOs in actually achieving their performance targets. And so I will stop here. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mohammed Wakil. Thank you. I thought that was concise and dealt exhaustively with the issues and the way forward as well. Thank you so much. That was really great. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our moderator because we've lost some time so that we can just go straight into the panel discussion. Our moderator this afternoon is Mr. Wale Shonibara. He's Director, Energy, Financial Solutions, Policy and Regulation for the African Development Bank. He has over 3 decades experience spanning Asia, Europe, Middle East, and Africa in investment banking and consulting. He joined the AFDB, African Development Bank, in 2017 as the inaugural director responsible for energy, financial institutions, policy and regulation. He was the acting vice president for power, climate, and green growth complex at the FDB from May 2019 until April 2020. Prior to joining the bank, he held various management level positions in Nigeria, the UAE, and the United Kingdom. He is also currently the AFDB's representative of the board of the African Guarantee Fund. I will stop there. Please welcome with me Mr. Wale Shonimbari as he takes on the last panel.
Hello, Dalapo. Can everybody hear me?
Clearly, yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, well, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you to Business Day for providing this platform. And thank you to Mohammed for giving us such an insightful presentation. First of all, let me introduce the panelists, my fellow panelists. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, I thought I'd disappeared there. I'll introduce my fellow panelists and then we'll go straight into the discussion. So I hope we have everybody on the line so I can see Hamed Zakari, who is the Presidential Advisor on Infrastructure. Also with us, we have Onyechi Tifase, CEO of Siemens Nigeria. We have Ade Fadebi, who is CEO of Eco Electricity Distribution Company. We also have Edu Okeke, who is CEO of Azura, and I think that's it. Yeah, Ebby Clark, who is advisor to the CBN on infrastructure. So without further ado, I think we'll go into the questions. But before we do that, just to summarize a number of key things to remind us what Mohammed said. He had said that there are some key pillars that fit together like a jigsaw. So you have the policy and regulatory environment, which he talks about things that we need to be doing with the tariffs. Then we have the sustainable fiscal regime, where he talks about all the subsidies that have been going in to the sector from the central bank. I think a figure of something like 524 billion naira was mentioned for 2019. And then we also have what we have to be doing on infrastructure, reinforcing grid networks, etc. And then lastly, there's operational efficiency. So the discos have to be efficient, and we need to have an integrated resource plan to ensure that we're planning the entire value chain and making sure we can evacuate things like stranded capacity, etc. So perhaps I should start first with Hamid Zakari. We've heard what Mohammed has to say about the power sector recovery program, etc. But really, what comes to mind, I mean, we've been at this for quite a while, and people do ask the question, can Nigeria mobilize the political will to implement the power sector recovery program? Bearing in mind that the tariff increase that was supposed to kick off has been suspended for another 2 weeks. So do we have the political will to do all the things that we need to do? Hamid, please.
Yep. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning or afternoon, I should say, everyone. Wale, thank you for facilitating on the discussion. I would say one clarification before I talk on the issue of political will. The tariff has taken off as of September 1st. Then the suspension happened. So this is not a pre-launch suspension. It's a suspension that happened after launch. So the first step was taken, and we're allowing for a small window for discussion with labor to ensure that any of the open questions they have and concerns are handled. And I think it's good also to inform the group that the discos are actually part of that nation. So this is it's a neutral presidential government, disco and labor partnership to discuss any issues around the implementation, but it is not a rollback of the direction that is being taken. I would say that we actually have no choice but to do and continue on our reforms. You know, the issue of political will, I think we'll find that the amount of work that's been done in the past year on resolving issues in the power sector shows that we have the clear trajectory and intent to solve this problem. We must solve it. For one, I tell people we've not seen any significant on-grid lending or financing from the AFDB, World Bank, or any major players outside of the infrastructure funding for TCN since 2015. And I think the $750 million P4R facility was a testament to the reforms that the administration has done in terms of moving towards more reflective tariffs. We've introduced a bit of innovation in it. The concept of service-based tariffs is more equitable, and it's consistent with the information that we received from the reviews that NERC held and consulted. So we've hit a bit of a bump in the road, but we're fully committed to executing the fiscal reforms, which are very important, but at the same time, working on programs like TREP with the World Bank, DISREP that we're making progress on, and we hope both the AFDB and World Bank will support us on that to get to a close. And then obviously programs like the Presidential Power Initiative, where we're continuing to work on additional infrastructure. So I'd like to emphatically say to the panel and the listeners that government is committed to reform. We have no option. We're moving full steam ahead. We created a pause for discussion, and more engagement is always better than less. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Hamid. Thanks for that clarification around the fact that the tariff increase actually started on the 1st of September, the service-based tariffs, and government has been implementing other reforms, including the DISREP and looking at the Presidential Power Initiative. So it's comforting because for us, whether it's the African Development Bank or the World Bank or other players, the Nigerian market is very attractive. And if we have close to 90 million people without access to electricity, I think if the conditions are right, people do want to come into the sector and to invest. So, but political will is absolutely critical. Nothing can happen without it because it really sets the pace for what can be quite a difficult process. It's never easy in any country. So on that note, because you mentioned the Presidential Power Initiative, I think we'll go to Onyechi to tell us a little bit more about what Siemens has in store for Nigerians with the Presidential Power Initiative.
Hello, Ali. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. I'm really pleased that you've put together such a diverse selection of panelists because the challenges we face in the Nigeria power sector are multi-pronged. And I've heard people talk about the Presidential Power Initiative as the Siemens project, but of course it can't be the Siemens project because we need different stakeholders, we need different players, we need different types of competence and capacity to resolve this long-standing issue with ensuring sufficient capacity reaches the end consumers in Nigeria. So the Presidential Power Initiative took off as the source or the outcome of a conversation between the president and the CEO of Siemens, Joe Kaiser, who visited Nigeria a couple of years ago and talked about what we've done in Egypt. And what we've done in Egypt was supply over 13 gigawatts of electricity in under 27 and a half months. And speaking about how this could be done for Nigeria as a whole to unlock economic growth and ensure a more stable and sustainable economy. We quickly took off then, speaking with all stakeholders in the sector, the Transmission Company of Nigeria, the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Company, the distribution companies, the Bureau of Public Enterprises as a key stakeholder in the distribution space. We involved other relevant potential investors in this discussion as well. And on the German government side, we also engaged several ministries. We spoke as well with the financing authorities, KfW, the German Development Bank, and also with Euler Hermes, the German ECA. And ultimately, we realized that the Nigerian challenge was more on the downstream side. So we're facing an issue compared to Egypt, where we had installed about 4 power plants totaling a generation capacity of over 13 gigawatts of electricity. The challenge in Nigeria was more at the transmission and distribution space. And since we started this program, we've seen this initiative, we've seen significant improvements in the transmission sector. So I think it remains to be the biggest challenge for us going forward would be how do we resolve the downstream challenges? How do we ensure that the gaps in distribution can be closed and resolved? In coming together with all these stakeholders, we understood that there are a variety of topics we have to address, mostly relating, if we look at the power sector recovery program and the four critical criteria, it's about ensuring operational efficiency, ensuring consistent investment in the sector through sustainable financing, and also ensuring that infrastructure expansion to close those gaps in the grid. And in all those areas, we come in quite directly. On an indirect platform, we also have collaborated and discussed frequently with Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission about best practice when it comes to regulatory regulations and policies that have to be implemented to ensure that such an extensive investment pays off. So what Siemens has quickly early on realized is that it will take several phases and several parties to resolve the challenges we're facing in the power sector. And we developed a 3-phase program. The first phase really addressing the issues around the gaps in distribution. So being able to evacuate additional capacity on the distribution side up to the tune of 7 to 8 gigawatts of electricity. So the transmission network today can evacuate 7 gigawatts of electricity, but how do we get the balance to end consumers? Now, on average, end consumers are getting 3.5 gigawatts of electricity or less, and that's what we need to resolve in the first phase. In addition, several projects in transmission space to ensure there's grid reliability all through. We know there are plants now that are not able to evacuate, and power plants are not able to evacuate 100% of their power generated to the end consumer or into the transmission system, and that as well will be resolved. In the second phase, we're looking at other projects that are coming online over time. The Mambila Hydro Project, Zungeru, other power plants will expand into second phase or in building additional capacity with extra turbines. And we're expanding the grid to 11 gigawatts, both on the transmission and distribution level, to ensure that we can evacuate additional capacity. And ultimately, 25 gigawatts was the target by 2025. I believe it will take longer because the issues are more complex that we're facing. And now what we've done already to kick off this process of the 3-phase project is we're also entering immediately into a pre-engineering phase with the government, where we will ensure that those issues I've described are not just resolved, but there's also proper planning and systems planning and network expansion interventions. And those will come through a training of all DISCO, TCN, and even NERC staff on using proper systems planning software and technology. We'll also intervene with proper design and engineering of the grid, so understanding where exactly we need to intervene and to ensure quick wins in the subsequent phases. Ultimately, we'll also start to, and that will require us working with different parties, those I've mentioned, but local EPCs, local partners, third-party EPCs that will also come in to support with the on-ground work. So in this entirety, what we hope to achieve is that we start to close the gaps in the sector, not just to ensure that there's available electricity, but to ensure the right kind of investments. So one of the things we'll start doing as well later in the as we kick off the project is engaging with industry to ensure where is the demand, and that will be done in the pre-engineering phase. Where's the demand? Where do we expect further expansion? And where do we need to ensure that the investment gives the biggest dividend? So in the entirety, this is the project as it is today, and really looking forward to working with all partners here represented on this call to make it successful.
Well, thanks very much, Onyechi. It looks like Siemens certainly has its work cut out. You're going to be very busy. But I should apologize to one of the panelists, Shina Shipasi from Alex law firm. Shina is a partner at Alex, and I'll bring him on a bit later on to talk more about some of the other issues in the sector. Well, going back to what Onyechi said, I think the focus on distribution is certainly downstream is the correct one. You know, we all know about the stranded capacity, so reinforcing the transmission grids and also the distribution. And something that people have told me many times is that, look, the discos are complaining that the power gets delivered to the wrong points where the discos don't want the power, you know, so, and it doesn't get delivered to where they really want it. So there's an integration problem, which we're hoping that the PPI will also be able to help us address. And to talk about Egypt, I mean, Egypt is an excellent success story. We've funded a lot of projects in Egypt, as you know, so we're very hopeful that we can replicate the same success here in Nigeria. But talking about distribution, I think this is probably the best time to bring in Ade Fadebi, who is the CEO of Eco Disco, and I'm sure that he will have some comments about the PPI and what Siemens has in store. I'm sure this is all music to your ears, Ade, so perhaps you could just talk to us about, you know, what do the discos want? And you know, the tariff, the service-based tariff regime, is that part of the answers to your problems? And how easy will it be to implement in order to make you guys more sustainable? So if Ade is on the call, I'll call on you to.
I'm on, Wale. How are you?
Very well, very well. Good to see you.
Very good friend, Wale. Good to see you again. And to the other panelists, good to see you, and to the lead speaker also. I think, like you said, I think that's a very loaded question. What do the discos want? I mean, outside of saying that we want to be able to distribute power to our network 24 hours, would be the cliche way to put it, would be the perfect situation. But I think listening to a few people here, I saw earlier that we had Ahmad. I've spent the last few days round table with Ahmad and some of the rest of their teams, just trying to figure out this reform and the most recent issues that we've had around the initial reaction to the service reflective tariff situation. So if we say that the need would be affordable, and when you say affordable, it becomes a relative term, right? So affordable, starting with a cost reflective, and available. So in terms of the reliability and quality of supply, we all agree that that is a prerequisite for economic development. So I always, when I get in the room before they start to fight the NEPA guy, I always try to ensure that all parties have common ground. Common ground is that we all want affordable, reliable, quality supply at all times for economic development. So if we look at that, and without trying to go into the good job that Mohammed did earlier, he talked about, he went through some of those data around the megawatts that we need in the country. I'll go straight to what we talk about. What do the discos want? So first thing I think we need will be consistent policy. When you say consistent policy direction and micro implementation, That is literally talking about the regulatory side of the business, and also maybe even the ease of doing business, whether it's in the giving power to the discos and to my customers, in the receiving of power that you alluded to earlier, which is discos taking power where they want it. All that and those kind of conversations start to go away if we generate enough power on one end. For you to generate power, are you looking at enough gas, or are the hydros doing well? Are the new entrants into the market, are they incentivized? Do they like the business of generating power? Is gas going the right direction? And that is why I said I think what Mohammed and Ahmad and the rest of those people are doing, Onyeche is also, working on that with our Siemens deal. And I know she tried to talk about that earlier. What you see here is when all the forces start to come together, you might get something like a reform. And I'm quite excited about it because I think it then has an end-to-end perspective in terms of how we're looking at finding solutions to the issues. In terms of the MITO implementation, what you saw recently, outside of labor, the threatened labor strike, which was, again, probably a lot of the economic conditions in the country, and it was reaction to any kind of hike in cost of living, not necessarily cost of electricity only. What you see there is how do we ensure that these tariffs are fully enforced once you are able to convince the consumers that it is cost reflective, and how can you maintain the service levels? One other thing we look at is basically approval to utilize the right capex and opex to drive service quality and profitability. This is going to be key. You talk about capex allowance for discos. Today, combined is around 56 billion. That's about $155 million. Again, this is way below what is needed to get the right level of investment. I know we've been spending a lot of time, again, with some of the people on this panel, trying to work around what we do need to get the levels that we need to. You look at Eko and Ikeja today, you might require combined in the area of about $460 million for capex investment, or even more. You look at TCN alone, and you look at the government arm, and you say, look, that is where they have a capex that is at least 6 times what we have. So again, it's about recalibrating performance and looking at from a MITO and PIP, as long as we understand that our market obligations is to drive down ATC and C losses, provide power to our customers, ensure that these service levels are maintained so there is no agitation or resistance to bills. Ensure that there's alignment to capacity generation, like I talked about the end-to-end. The end-to-end has to happen. As you know, Wale is also a very good friend, and I used to work in the Genco space where I was managing Transco Power. So I have a bit of understanding of both sides here. And so basically, it's my view when I talk about what we want. I think it's good to leave it at that for now.
Thanks very much, Ade. I picked up a few things from what you said. The forces are coming together. I think that's a powerful statement. And, I'm very encouraged by what's now happening in the sector, because initially, post-privatization, there was a lot of blame trading. Well, it's the fault of the discos, it's the fault of the Gencos. But now it looks like we're all converging. And, I always say that, I liken it to Alcoholics Anonymous. The first step of the recovery is you have to accept that you're an alcoholic. You have to accept where the problems are. And so I think there's a recognition that the problems are all along the value chain. You also talked about, ease of doing business, making sure there's consistency in terms of policy direction, in tariff enforceability. That also on the part of the consumer, electricity theft, how do we address those things? And willingness of consumers to pay. And usually when they're getting the service, they usually want to pay. So this whole issue around funding CapEx is also very critical. And there's money out there waiting to come in once the balance sheets of the discos have been tidied up. So thanks for that. Talking about money, I think I'll bring in Eddie Clark from the CBN. The CBN is the one who's been pumping in all this money. If I recall correctly, I think something like 1.7 trillion naira of subsidies is going into the power sector. But the World Bank and African Development Bank, we also agree that these subsidies are not sustainable. And so we have to think of some other way for the CBN to continue its very useful intervention in the sector. So what are the implications of CBN's recent circular to the deposit money banks and other market participants? So let me bring Eddie in just to give us the CBN view.
Hello, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Please go ahead.
Oh, I can hear you. So you're saying what was the question exactly?
So the question is that the CBN has already pumped a lot of money into the sector, but now we have to look at other ways because those subsidies are not quite sustainable. So, and there was a recent circular, I believe, to the banks from the CBN in relation to, I think it's relation to, if I recall correctly, collection from the discos. But I just wanted you to expand on that and talk about other things the CBN is doing.
Okay, with regards to the circular, it's a very simple directive. I would suggest people go read it and come to their own decisions. It is essentially saying that those banks which are responsible for the accounts of the discos will be responsible for supervising the collections within the banking system. So it doesn't, as it were, increase the number of collections. It just provides transparency and visibility to what is being collected. Okay. Is that sufficient?
Okay, that's fine.
Now, with regards to what the CBN is doing, a point that's always made is that there are no private sectors involved. And I would actually say, if the CBN is involved in the financing of your sector, it is because the private sector is not involved. It shouldn't be seen as, oh, it's wonderful, the CBN is here. It's better if the CBN isn't here at all, because that shows that the private sector have confidence in your sector, and the ability to access private sector funds, both domestically and internationally, far exceeds what the CBN will be able to do. People get attracted to the idea that it may have a concessionary interest rate, but like I said, the very fact that the CBN is here shows that there's a dislocation of the sector from private sector investment. So it's not a good thing to sort of look at. Now, so where is the CBN involved? Now that we're at this point where the private sector has removed, the CBN is obviously supporting the sector in a variety of ways. We are involved in the national metering plan, which is to roll out as quickly as possible a large number of meters to hopefully fill the metering gap. We're in current discussions with the distribution end of the value chain on a variety of initiatives to help them with their CapEx issue. So, this is the point that I'm saying, that we are trying, we are assisting in the resolution of trying to bring CapEx into the sector, both in terms of meters and non-meters and other assets. And with that increase, as has been mentioned before, there should be increased progress in reducing of distribution losses and making the whole value chain more commercially viable.
Okay, thanks, Abby. One thing you mentioned is, the question, yes, why is the CBN involved? And I agree with you that it's because we've seen the dislocation. We've seen some market failure in the sector. But this market failure wasn't always there, because I was working in Nigeria when the privatization happened. And at that time, there were a lot of commentators amongst the international GFIs who didn't believe that we could raise the money to acquire the new assets from mainly domestic investors. And in the end, I think we were able to mobilize close to $2.4 billion, if I recall correctly. So the private sector was interested. And the plan itself was not necessarily bad, but where it fell down was in the implementation. So we went from a situation where the sector was actually quite attractive to investment to a point where the sector is now no longer attractive. And you need to have the CBN coming in. So it just shows that once we get back on the right track, then the sector will become attractive again. And what you've said about the CBN involvement in the metering plan, I think that's absolutely critical, and also the downstream end. So that's the kind of convergence that we would like to see. Having said that, we've talked about downstream for a while, but there are guys upstream who are generating the power and who want to get paid some way or the other, because the front line is the distribution, but the money has to flow back all the way through the value chain. So I'm going to ask Edo Okeke, the CEO of Azura, whether Nigeria can afford another Azura in view of the transmission bottlenecks and market liquidity issues that the sector. We like your plant, it's been operating superbly, very efficient, but we know that with the recent devaluation of the Naira and some of the issues, CBN and, well, the finance ministry, everybody is running helter-skelter trying to find dollars with which to pay for the power that we're getting. So can we afford another one, Edu?
Thanks very much, Wale. When I hear this, your question, my mind, it's almost like, can Nigeria afford world-class schools because of the challenges we have in our education sector? Can Nigeria afford world-class hospitals because of the forex challenges that we have? Does Nigeria need power? The answer is yes. It's funny, I entered this sector more than 10 years ago. Then we were talking of 4,000 megawatts distributed to homes. Today we are talking of 4,000 megawatts distributed to homes. Do I want 4,000 megawatts in 2030? That's the discussion. The answer is no, because the reason our industries are not competing is because we don't have electricity. Grid power is the cheapest source of power for homes and industries in every country. It's not generators, whether it's, I better pass my neighbor generator, whether it's 1 megawatt that some factories install, is still not cheap enough. It's very good to go back to the charts Mohammed presented when he was talking, where you can see that solar home systems to rural areas was actually costing there about 120, 150 naira per kilowatt hour. That's very expensive compared to cheap power. Now, when you think of Azura, Azura is a world-class plant. Azura, if you compare its contemporaries in West Africa region, it has the lowest tariff. So can we afford another Azura? The answer is yes, we can, and we need to. Now, do we have some bottlenecks that we need to untangle? The answer is yes, and that's why I give Ahmad and the team at the government right now who are doing everything to untangle those bottlenecks. I give them a lot of kudos. For the past 5 years, we've done nothing, and that has brought us to where we are. Today, we are now beginning to realize that there are some bottlenecks that we need to untangle. We should give them credit, and we should encourage them to untangle those bottlenecks. But as we untangle those bottlenecks, let's understand something. The concept for Azura started in 2009. It wasn't until 2016 that we started construction. And by virtue of what Siemens, the magic Siemens and JBN did there, such a project in this part of the world finished ahead of schedule. But it will take it 2 to 3 years for you to build such a plant. So if you think of the time it started to the time it's finished, that's about 9 years. Are we doing everything to get ready for the next power plant? When did we build the last power plant in Nigeria? When are we going to start building the next one? I mean, I also like the fact that Mohammed talked about the integrated resource plan, and that's what we should be working on right now, aggressively. It's not to put everything in silo. It's not about generation on one side. So if Siemens project now comes to fruition, but the good thing is, I like what Onyeche said. Onyeche said by 2025, maybe it delays a bit, but by 2025, we'll be talking about 25,000 megawatts for Nigeria. Is it by then, all of a sudden, everybody starts crying again, we don't have enough generation? We have to plan holistically. Generation, transmission, distribution, and make sure that at any particular point in time, the right investment is going there. And also, let's now come back to, let's come back to the funding for that. The reality is that the government does not have enough money to fund even just the transmission end of it, the distribution end of it. And if you look at Azura, if you look at the financiers of Azura, we are talking of Actis that has more than $10 billion under management. Africa 50 wallet, of which you know is part of AFDB. On the equity side, Amaya Capital. Then on the debt side, you think of the World Bank Group, IFC, Standard Chartered Bank, Grand Merchant Bank, Standard Bank. These are the big African lenders that you have out there. CDC for the UK government, KFW, which Onyeche has mentioned for German government, DEG, FMO. If you cannot mobilize capital in this world today without talking to these financiers, that's the reality. And they are all watching what we are doing. The money that we need to bring our transmission, our generation, and our distribution up to that 25 gigawatts we're talking about will come from these parties. So now on one side telling them we want their money, but on the other side telling them, sorry, we are not sure that we need it. I mean, that's kind of confused message. We need to do more investment, but we need a holistic approach to the whole thing. We need to plan effectively, bringing a generation, transmission and distribution together. I mean, I expect that we should be thinking, transmission and distribution should be thinking right now, in 3 years as we build this line, for this community that this line is going to feed, how are we going to have generation for them? Somebody should be thinking along that line. Do we start now to contract more PPAs for those areas? But it's not going to be done in isolation. We have to do everything together. But on Azura as a project, if I go back to what you asked, Azura is a world-class plant, and Nigeria needs more world-class plants. That's the thing.
Okay, thanks very much, Edu. So, so from your perspective, and I agree with you, by the way, that we need world-class plants, the same way that we need world-class hospitals and schools. But also, we also have to look at what we can afford. And what you said, in order to address those, is let's address the bottlenecks further down the line in the system. Let's free up, the bottlenecks in distribution, in transmission, and also let's have an integrated resource plan. So we're not just planning generation on its own, we're planning everything holistically to address the issues, so that we will get the return on investment that we're looking for, and the electricity will go where it should go. And the other thing, obviously, there are many funders in the ecosystem, including ourselves at the African Development Bank, but we're also trying to get in more local institutional investors, because the elephant in the room is the currency mismatch, where your consumers are paying in Naira and you're funding in dollars. And that's something we have to try and get away from in Nigeria as we do more capital formation and get more pension funds involved. And the good thing is that that's also happening, where our pension funds are now seeing the kind of products and instruments that allow them to be able to invest in infrastructure. but we need more of it. And my own dream is Azura number 2 will have a tranche that is funded in local currency so that after selling your power, we don't start running around looking for dollars to pay. So I think, but thank you very much for that intervention. One thing we mustn't forget is the liquidity issue in the sector right now. I mean, one can say technically the market is insolvent because we're not able to cover the costs and pay the returns for the sector. So I want to bring Shina in here, obviously, as a lawyer, to just talk to us what happens to the existing debt. We have existing debt, which Mohammed said earlier is some of it is sitting on the books of the discos, because the tariffs haven't been able to cover their costs. And some of it is sitting with NDET, and some of it, there's existing debt everywhere. So we have to bring some sense and order to the sector in order to repair the balance sheets. So do you have any thoughts on how we can address the market insolvency issue for the sector? Over to you.
All right, thank you, Wale. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, please.
Okay, I will just start by talking a bit about how, the different types of existing debt that is in the market. We have the one arising from CBN's Electricity Market Stabilization Fund. We have those that have arisen from unsettled invoices owed by the DISCO to the market operator and to MBET. We have those that have also arisen, of course, being owed by the DISCO as well, but then they've arisen basically because of inability of the DISCO to collect the tariff on all the electricity they have incurred. And we have those that have arisen as a result of policy decision, especially tariff that is not cost reflective, which is now being captured under the heading tariff shortfall. And apart from this, perhaps one that is now currently being contemplated is the acquisition debt, which is still hanging over all the successor generation company and all the DISCO. The acquisition debt, which is the money that was borrowed by the sponsors and the shareholders to acquire the assets from government. So we have all of these hanging. I must say that NEC has done a lot of work, and all the people who are involved in organizing and regulating the Nigerian electricity market have actually done a lot in addressing a number of these debt overhangs. For instance, as we know, based on the MITO 2020 that was recently released and that is being implemented, the CBN Nigerian Electricity Market Stabilization Debt is already being addressed by the MITO. There's a monthly repayment that the DISCOs are expected to remit on a monthly basis. There's also the debt being owed by the DISCO to the MO and MBET, again, is also being addressed under the MITO. After certain things are taken into account, there's a minimum remittance that the DISCO is expected to send back to settle those debts. How exactly that will be implemented practically, considering that there's still a huge collection problem, and also considering the new directive that the new tariff is suspended for the next 2 weeks. How exactly that will play out in real figures, I'm sure is yet to be known. The debt resulting from tariff shortfall, that will fall within government subsidy, and government has at the moment made commitment to ensure that they will cover all debts that are arising as a result of as a result of tariff shortfall. And this tariff shortfall is actually being used to actually adjust exactly how much the discos are expected to pay back to the market operator and to the market generally. So all these three sources of debt are already being addressed by MITO 2020. However, the part that is a little tricky is the acquisition debts that are owed both by the generation companies and the distribution company. I am aware that these companies are taking steps with their lenders to discuss debt restructuring. Some of them are considering elongating the tenor of their debts. Some are looking at the possibility of additional equity injection. I guess another thing to be considered, both by especially by the government and perhaps by the CBN, with respect to this acquisition debt, is actually to have some discussion around concessionary loans to refinance some of these debts. It was interesting to note that the keynote paper that was delivered at the beginning of this particular panel discussion actually did mention the idea of concessionary loan. And I think that is an issue to really be considered. But then I'm talking about considering this idea of concessionary loans with respect to finding some ways, with respect to finding some way to see how it can be used to address the acquisition debt. I think that the debt problem can be largely addressed or dealt with if the pricing framework for let's say MITO 2020 is allowed to operate. If on the long term investors see the seriousness in the independence of NEC, if in the long term NEC is allowed with very little or with no political interference to play its role of setting tariff using all the mechanism of the law that is already available, and when those tariffs are set, ensuring that the tariffs work in the way the entire industry expect them to work. If this is put in place, it becomes easier to renegotiate loans. It becomes easier to draw up a schedule to settle existing debt. It becomes easier to attract new equities into the existing discos and also perhaps the GENCOs in order to deal with some of the debts that is currently hanging over them and crippling their operation. I think if we do this, if we have a predictable policy and predictability in our system, some of these debt issues can be adequately addressed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Shina, for that response. We could carry on. It's quite a complex issue, but unfortunately, we're running out of time. You said some very interesting things about obviously the different pockets of debt, whether it's with the discos, whether it's policy related or acquisition debt or related to the MITO implementation. But there are solutions if we implement the agreements the way that they are supposed to work. So we've been getting some questions over the Slido platform. We don't have much time, but maybe I'll just take one question. We take one question and then we'll have to end it here. This question is for Ahmed, and it says the government needs to deploy a massive information campaign to educate the public on the rationale behind its decisions. So I guess it's a comment, but I don't know if Ahmed wants to come in and just talk about how the government is communicating to explain the rationale so that you don't get the labor unions and other stakeholders up in arms when we want to make these reforms. Is Ahmed still?
Yeah, Wale, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, please go ahead.
Yeah, look, I mean, you can understand that there's always an issue of embedded psyche in the Nigerian space regarding power. And this is what the government is attempting to do, and it has some unintended consequences. For instance, we want people to understand that you need to pay the appropriate price for goods and services that you receive. And just like you do in a supermarket, you need to do it for the power sector. Now, what regulation should do is not to hold down the price of power, it should protect the consumer. And what we as a market should do is work on the efficiency to make the costs come. But this compact between Ade and his customers in EcoDisco is as critical to the success of the market as anything the government says. So for the service-based tariff, the idea was NERC will communicate bilaterally to the discos about the banding and rates that they could charge. NERC will explain the structure of the service-based tariff, and the discos will communicate the rates and the service commitments. And due to certain disruptions that have kept happening, the government decided to give a gap between when the orders were released and the implementation to be short, because we were worried about this potential for unrest from groups that didn't understand it. We need to do a better job, but you can see that over the past number of weeks, and I'd like to thank Business Day specifically for running very clear communicative articles on the service-based tariff and the structure, the market, and the challenges. But we now push the discos to communicate with their consumers. And very funny, I walk around in my bag with this thing. It's this Kano discos spread out that we told the discos, we mandated that they show by location what band you're in and how much you pay. And we've been telling them to proceed to continue to do that. Information is not fully out there. I think we could have done a better job engaging with labor. We're getting a bit of challenge for it now. But even in the discussions with labor, there's an understanding that we must do something. And this service-based tariff is good because it's equitable. What they're saying is, let's make sure that somebody who's supposed to be in band B is not being put in band A. And let's audit and ensure that the implementation is working. But there's no disagreement on the concept that needs to happen. So that's why we're taking the 2-week break. But I would say we're going to continue to communicate. I think the discos, other players in NESI, the newspapers, everyone needs to band together and make sure that we amplify communication on our reforms and our service commitments. And you'll be seeing more as the days come, but we're very optimistic about the trajectory. And this administration will solve and put us on a power trajectory that will get Nigerians happy.
Thank you so much, Hamid. Your optimism is infectious. I'm getting excited already. I'm going to have more projects to fund in Nigeria. But before we close, let me just give each panelist like 30 seconds just to make a very final closing comment based on what you've heard. Are you optimistic? How do you feel about the sector? Obviously, given what you're doing. Let me bring in Ade here. Ade Fadebi, CEO of EcoDisco, very quickly, because we have to close.
Very quickly, very simply, I think what you're saying is, look, I don't know how quickly you can run that, but there is a suspension, so it's a very sensitive issue, as you know. Suspension should be for 14 days. So I would say it might be a bit early to start looking at reactions to what this service-based tariff would mean. We didn't even get to run a full cycle, which was 30 days. I'm hoping. I wanted to do a show of hands to just get a sense of the people on this panel. I see my friend from Siemens, HH. I'm sure HH is saying no, let the tariff stay where it is. But look, I think the bottom line is people want more. What I got from this was people want more understanding. We almost thought that the market participants were just us market people like Jenko's Gas, everybody, and Ebi. Now Ebi from CBN is now, I mean, he was involved in power, but I'm sure now everybody in his team are all power experts also now. So I think the bottom line is everybody wants to understand the methodology for reaching the tariff, the bands, and everybody wants to understand what you mean by feeder, and how your feeder can be 20 hours and my house can be 8 hours. And now I'm having like even my mother and my grand uncle now want that explanation. So it seems like that. I don't know that last question you said, Wally, that said someone asked for what would be the communication blast or communication plan to government's reasoning. I think that is what they're asking for. So these 2 weeks, like I said, I happen to be on the committee with Ahmad. I think that's what we're going to see is we would then know the effect. What people have said is that there will be no movement unless we understand. They didn't say there will be no movement if it's going up. So I try to be as quick as possible, Wale.
Yeah, thank you so much. Oyechi, please, over to you, very quickly.
Thank you. Now, just maybe build on what Ade has said. We need to understand what's at stake here. First of all, why is Business Day holding a conference on PAN and has done that consistently over the years? Because it's such a critical topic. And what is at stake? We're looking at a world now that is more disruptive. It is more volatile. There's uncertainty. So I think those keywords you hear every day, but we're seeing the reality. I don't know who watched the US elections last night, and that is the new future. So we have COVID, we have a shrinking global economy, we have country closed, and we have hungry people who need to make a living. And we have what it takes to move the power sector forward. And I think what is encouraging is that the quality of dialogue we're having as investors, but also with the government has, this is unprecedented, the kind of commitment and the decision-making we're seeing. So we need to leverage this, the fact that the stars are aligned. There's a confluence of opinions, companies, public and private and other governments are key or interested in moving the sector forward. We see the World Bank supporting not just also from a policy perspective, but also from an infrastructure and multi-pronged approach. So we need to understand who will be the loser. It's the common man, and he's the biggest investor as well. So we're talking about investment, and for me, the biggest investor is the common Nigerian man who can send his child to school or have stable electricity to run a small business and give back to the economy. And that's what we need to understand. Let's look at the bigger picture here. What is at stake? Why are we doing this? How and when should it be done? But also, because that is in place, we can also attract bigger investors, international investors and local investors. So it's critical that all we're speaking about is done quickly. And I wish the quality of discourse will shift to injecting a sense of urgency in all who are part of this value chain. I think that is what I really want to say. I'm glad that was done on this call, but we need to continue this sort of dialogue. We need to make it clear that it needs to be done now. What we're talking about can't be theory any longer. We need to get things moving. We need to get Nigeria out on its way to a growing economy and stop, Nigerians, we like to talk, and stop theory and start actually jumping into action. That's what I want to say. So I'm optimistic, but I'm also anxious, and we need to move things quickly. So with that, I will sign out, and thanks for the opportunity to participate in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oyechi. So Eddie, over to you. Final thoughts, quickly.
Yeah, I think that it's similar to what was just said, that you have to look at this in the change of the global context that's going on around us. And I'll put it bluntly, we don't have a choice. Because what is required for all 200 million of us is for us to have jobs. The nature of work is changing all around the world, and we're still trying to answer questions of how jobs were working 20 plus years ago. We're walking into the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement, and we don't have a functioning power sector. The time has actually run out. We don't have any options. We have to sort this out as quickly as possible. It's as simple as that.
Fantastic. So, Angel, please, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Wale. And I will follow the same line of thought, which is very simple. We need to do something, and I'm glad we are now beginning to do it. I'm glad that we are beginning to say, how do we fix the disco end? Because the disco end pays for the whole value chain, pays for the transmission, pays for generation, and pays for gas and everything. And one thing everybody has to take note of, it doesn't really matter. No private sector investor is ever going to come in based on government subsidy. For any investor to come in, he must see a line of a path towards sustainability of the sector. And I'm glad, very glad that for the first time in a few years, we are beginning to think along that line. My own is simply to the policymakers who are devising these very scenarios. Kudos to you, and please continue the process. We have to keep educating Nigerians that we have to have a stable 24 hours electricity in the country.
Fantastic, thank you. Shino, very quick comments from you to close. You're on mute.
What I want to add is that, in my view, the service-based tariff is a step in the right direction. And my hope is that the temporary hold that we have on it, that the time will be used to quickly convince the people who need convincing that it is a step in the right direction, so that the sector can begin to move, and all the investments that are required to come into the country to ensure that the sector lives up to its expectation are allowed to come in, and so that perhaps in my generation we can really forget this issue of stable electricity. We can live saying that we have solved that problem and it is no longer an issue in Nigeria forever. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shino. So as we close, I'll leave you with a final thought. According to the Millennium Development Goals, or Sustainable Development Goals, I should say, SDG, by 2030, we should have universal access to electricity around the world. And in Africa, we have over 600 million people without electricity, without access. Out of the 600 million, 90 million of them are in Nigeria. So if we're able to get Nigeria out of darkness, we will contribute quite significantly to achieving the SDG 7 by 2030. We don't have that much time, so we have to get moving. So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thanks once again to Business Day for organizing this panel, and thanks to all the fellow panelists for your participation. I'll hand over to, is it Dolapo or is it Mr. Frank who's going to take over?
Wale, thank you so much. I will gladly take over. I do appreciate the work that you have done. We've had a fantastic panel. As a journalist, it is not often that I commend people in government, but I think I must commend Ahmad Zakari for the very reformative approach to work. Some we have seen, and I'm sure some others we will see in the weeks and in the months ahead. Ahmad, your cup is full. The government has a lot of work to do. But so far, so good. You're putting the right foot forward. I also must say that the whole matter about communication, I think that is quite germane. Not necessarily a failing on the side of the government, but there are two things that I think I need to say very quickly. First, and this is what I consider perhaps most important, it is a question of metering. Somehow in Nigeria, the view is that estimated billing is a fraudulent mechanism. There is estimated billing in other parts of the country, but somehow in Nigeria, our people just don't feel comfortable with it. So the plan and program to improve meter access, I think that has to be #1 priority in terms of making this whole process of service reflective tariff credible and believable. The other point that I have to add is the point that I think Ahmad made earlier. I think it would be urgent for all the discos to communicate properly to their customers what band A and band B and C means in terms of where they live. Until that communication is widely available, I think there will always be the suspicion that consumers are being trapped somewhere. But today it's not just about cost reflective tariff, even if as a newspaper business believes that it is a major missing part of the electricity mix. And I really would like to commend those that have done the bit that we've done now. I believe that Labour would ultimately see that we have to go ahead and enthrone service reflective tariff. There's no reason why we can go to buy banana and pay the right cost for it, and we are not willing to pay the right cost for electricity. Today has been a wonderful day. We had a great day yesterday, having the honor and privilege to host the Minister of State for Power, Chief Timothy Siva, the GMD of NNPC, Engineer Mele Kiari, the Managing Director, CEO of the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, Tony Atta, and indeed a plethora of leading lights in the oil and gas series. Today, we focus on electricity, whether it be the traditional electricity or the renewable part of electricity. I particularly enjoyed the panel around what state governments are doing and how more state governments can improve engagement with the private sector to attract the right kind of investment into the estates, to light up the estates, re-energize their economies, and indeed help to grow government revenues. That ultimately, that's what's going to happen. So state governments have a responsibility. They must put their feet to the fire if they are looking to benefiting from all of this. Why is Business Day doing this? Business Day was the only mainstream newspaper that supported the privatization of the power sector in 2012-2013. And we have consistently supported a private sector-driven power sector in Nigeria. We are
Ogun is coming up shortly, but this is just to again say thank you to all of our panelists and for all of the participants that have stayed on this conversation. I think this undoubtedly has been one of the most forward-thinking discussions I've had, recently on the power sector. And I don't want to even start to go over, the different things the different learnings that we've gotten. We're talking about innovation, and the role of innovation and technology, talking about the role of, states in taking Nigeria's power sector forward. And even just talking about, the fact that we all have a congruence now that there is no going back on cost productivity, and we have to deal with the issue. We have to make sure that we deal with the issue of, consistent interventions on sustainable interventions. So I think Mr. Ibogun is back, so I think he can wrap this up really quickly. Well, thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dolapo. There isn't much for me to say again, except to thank our anchor sponsors, the Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas Company, All On, Azura Power, Templars, Alex, and of course our partners, Detail Commercial Solicitors, Advisory Legal Consultants, as well as the Nigerian Gas Association. We thank you all for your support. We thank our audience. We thank our panelists and our speakers. And we do hope that next year, when we stage this same energy dialogue, that we will be talking about some progress that we have secured on the basis of all the work that is ongoing, including the engagement with Siemens. And of course, we should then be seeing the benefits of a service-reflective tariff regime. Once again, thank you so very much. Happy independence. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Bye-bye.
Nigeria at 60, the most populous country in Africa and the 7th most populous country in the world, with an estimated 206 million inhabitants as of late 2019, significantly ahead of Ethiopia, the next largest, with about 114 million. Nigeria has the largest abundance of metals and minerals, the 24th largest economy in the global ranking. In addition, it is the leading economy in Africa, worth more than $500 billion and $1 trillion in terms of nominal GDP and purchasing power parity, respectively. Nigeria is a principal exporter of oil products and with the biggest natural gas reserves, and relies heavily on oil as its main source of foreign exchange earnings and government revenues. Nigeria is deemed to have more potential in gas than oil, with over 202 trillion cubic feet in proven gas reserves. With the current global move towards clean energy, there is no gainsaying that the future of the country, particularly its aspirations for industrialization, socio-economic development, and sustainable power generation, may largely depend on harnessing this gas potential. Since 1960, the country has reaped an estimated $600 billion in oil revenue, while the natural gas sector is oriented towards the export market, which is determined by the economic fundamentals as against a regulated domestic regime, with LNG being the major revenue earner for the country in the gas industry. Despite its strong fundamentals, inconsistency, shifting between open and protectionist trade policy have dampened growth prospects and the domestic market to deliver sustainable growth with practical gains. Nonetheless, there has been notable achievements in various sectors of the economy, from reforms in the Nigerian downstream oil sector, which has resulted in more stability in domestic energy supply, the removal of subsidies, power sector recovery program, elimination of forex and trade restrictions, greater transparency and predictability of monetary policy, increased domestic revenue mobilization, an evolving success story in Nigerian gas, such as Nigeria LNG capacity and global supply, gas to power, relocation of gas-intensive industries, and regional gas supplies. The National Gas Expansion Program, designed to expand domestic gas supply and stimulate demand in the country, is advancing policies that will tackle challenges with Nigeria's gas sector, including poor fiscal terms, lack of market-reflective prices, and poor infrastructure, as well as providing opportunities for local companies. The Ministry of Petroleum Resources has also recently recorded positive milestones in the following projects: the Nigerian Gas Flare Commercialization Program, National Gas Expansion Program, flag-off of the National Gas Transportation Code, marginal field bid round, flag-off of the construction of the Ajokuta, Kaduna, Kano gas pipeline, and setting up a committee on the gas sector-wide review of the domestic gas pricing framework. There are also plans and development of liquefied petroleum gas, compressed natural gas, and liquefied natural gas, co-location in NPC, owned and operated mega stations in the 36 states and the FCT. To deepen gas use locally, the ministry is engaging with the Nigeria LNG Limited for additional 250,000 metric tons currently exported for the domestic market, and is championing the development of additional production platforms in the Delta Edo axis. In the power sector, recent initiatives and regulatory actions which have been regarded as a step in the right direction include issuance of service-based end-user tariffs, development of guidelines for electricity distribution franchising, framework for willing buyer, willing seller, and eligible customer, mini-grid regulation introduced to fast-track electrification in areas without any form of power supply, issues of guideline for competition transition charge and revised MYTO tariffs, agreement with Siemens AG to modernize Nigeria's electricity grid and improve power supply, natural renewable energy and energy efficiency policy introduced to encourage investments in renewables and energy efficiency projects. These include free custom duties for 2 years on importation of equipment and materials, soft loans, and special low-interest loans from the Renewable Electricity Fund, and tax incentives to equipment manufacturers. Indeed, the prospect for Nigeria is very bright, going by the achievements recorded in the recent times and the current reforms in the various sectors. However, for Nigeria to consolidate these economic gains and move higher in the front lines of growth and development, it must deepen reforms that improve human capital, promote high-quality public infrastructure, and encourage competition. The pillars to sustain this consolidation must include a firm fiscal policy, transparent fiscal operations, development-oriented monetary and exchange rate policies, strengthening of the financial sector, and strict adherence to the rule of law and respect for the sanctity of contract, as well as commitment to fighting corruption and corrupt practices. As 2020 marks 60 years of independence for Nigeria and the beginning of a new decade, there is no doubt that the implementation of positive economic reforms and continued adoption of innovative solutions will see the giant of Africa arrive at its El Dorado.